Mic check, 1 2 1 2. If I can be heard, y'all go ahead and drop some 3,000s in the chat for the Art Cycle of Cosmine. Y'all see the title? Malaki Macabee presents Redemption of the Firstborn, Temple Vows, and Burnt Offerings. Time to go ahead and bury any misunderstandings there might be. Y'all pull on up, take your shoes off at the door, wipe your feet off with the like button. Y'all tap on in with your little bro, man. We're gonna go ahead and talk about it today, little taste. You know what I mean? A hot, controversial topic that's been on the, been on the table for a couple weeks. But we're here to bury the naysayers. Shout out to the haters, y'all jackers and naysayers. Yeah, we love y'all too. All praises to the ever-present creator, the God maker, whose magnitude is incomprehensible and his presence is everywhere. Let's go.
particularly in chapters 11 and 12. The narrative of Jephthah is a profound tale of faith conflict and sacrifice that unfolds in the book of Judges, particularly in chapters 11 and 12. This story is set during a turbulent period in Israel's history when a nation, without a king, often fell into cycles of disobedience, oppression, and eventual deliverance. These cycles were marked by the emergence of judges, charismatic leaders who delivered the Israelites from their enemies and restored a measure of peace and order. Jephthah was one such judge, and his story is both inspiring and tragic. Jephthah was born in Gilead, a region east of the Jordan River known for its rugged terrain and strategic importance. He was the son of Gilead, a prominent man, and a woman whom the Bible describes as a prostitute. This aspect of his parentage immediately marked Jephthah as an outsider, despite his father's status. His half-brothers, born of Gilead's legitimate wife, viewed Jephthah as a threat to their inheritance and treated him with scorn and contempt. Eventually, they drove him away, telling him that he would have no share in their father's estate because he was the son of another woman. So this rejection forced Jephthah to leave his home and seek refuge in the land of Tob, a region inhabited by outcasts and people living on the fringes of society. In Tob, Jephthah's natural leadership abilities began to shine. He gathered around him a group of men described as worthless fellows or outlaws. This group likely consisted of individuals who, like Jephthah, had been marginalized or rejected by society. Under his leadership, they became a formidable force, and Jephthah's reputation as a warrior and leader grew. He was able to transform this ragtag band into a disciplined and effective fighting force. Over time, Jephthah became known for his strength, courage, and strategic mind, qualities that would later draw the attention of the very people who had rejected him. During this period, the Israelites once again found themselves oppressed, this time by the Ammonites. The Ammonites were a powerful and aggressive people who lived east of the Jordan River. They claimed that the Israelites had taken their land when they came out of Egypt and demanded its return. The tribes of Israel, particularly those in Gilead, faced a dire situation. They were unable to mount an effective defense against the Ammonites, who had begun to encroach on their territory and threatened to destroy their way of life. In their desperation, the elders of Gilead turned to Jephthah, the man they had once cast out. They approached him in Tob, seeking his help to defend them against the Ammonite threat. Jephthah, understandably, was wary of their request. He reminded them of how they had rejected him and forced him into exile. The elders, swallowing their pride, admitted their mistake and pleaded with him to return and lead them in battle. They promised him that if he agreed to fight for them, he would be made their leader not only in war but also in peace. Jephthah, seeing an opportunity to restore his honor and secure a place of leadership among his people, agreed to their terms. However, he sought to formalize the arrangement by having the elders swear an oath before the Lord, guaranteeing that they would honor their promise. With this assurance, Jephthah returned to Gilead and took command of the Israelite forces. But before engaging in battle, he attempted to resolve the conflict through diplomacy. Jephthah sent messengers to the king of the Ammonites, asking why they were attacking Israel. The Ammonite king responded by accusing the Israelites of taking his people's land when they came out of Egypt. Jephthah countered this claim by recounting the history of Israel's journey through the wilderness. He explained that the Israelites had attempted to pass peacefully through the lands of Edom and Moab but were denied passage, that when they sought to pass through the land of the Amorites, they were attacked, but God delivered the Amorites into Israel's hands, allowing them to take possession of the land. Jephthah argued that since God had given them the land, it rightfully belonged to Israel. He also pointed out that Israel had occupied the land for 300 years, during which time the Ammonites had made no attempt to reclaim it. Jephthah concluded by asserting that God, as the judge of all, would decide between Israel and the Ammonites. This historical and theological defense was intended to dissuade the Ammonites from continuing their aggression. However, the king of the Ammonites disregarded Jephthah's argument and persisted in his claims, making war inevitable. Before going into battle, Jephthah made a vow to the Lord. He promised that if God granted him victory over the Ammonites, he would sacrifice as a burnt offering whatever first came out of the doors of his house to greet him upon his return. This vow is one of the most controversial aspects of Jephthah's story, as it ultimately leads to a tragic outcome. Some scholars suggest that Jephthah may have expected an animal to come out to meet him, but as the narrative unfolds, it becomes clear that this expectation was not to be fulfilled in the way he might have hoped. God granted Jephthah victory, and he led the Israelites to a resounding defeat of the Ammonites. Jephthah's strategic acumen and leadership were instrumental in securing this victory, which brought peace and stability to the region. However, as he returned home, Jephthah was met by his daughter, who came out to greet him with timbrels and dancing. She was his only child, and the sight of her filled him with unspeakable grief as he realized the implications of his vow. He tore his clothes and lamented, saying, "Alas, my daughter, you have brought me very low, and you have become the cause of great trouble for me, for I have made a vow to the Lord that I cannot break." Jephthah explained the situation to his daughter, who responded with remarkable grace and acceptance. She asked only that she be allowed 2 months to wander the hills with her friends and mourn her virginity, as she would never marry or have children. Jephthah granted her request, and when the 2 months were over, he fulfilled his vow. The Bible does not explicitly state whether Jephthah actually sacrificed his daughter or dedicated her to a life of perpetual service to God, a point that has been debated by scholars for centuries. Some believe that Jephthah literally sacrificed her, while others argue that she was instead consecrated to the Lord in a form of symbolic sacrifice. The story of Jephthah does not end with the sacrifice of his daughter. After his victory over the Ammonites, he continued to serve as a judge of Israel. However, his leadership was soon challenged by the tribe of Ephraim. The Ephraimites accused Jephthah of not including them in the battle against the Ammonites and threatened to burn down his house. Jephthah responded by reminding them that he had called for their help, but they had not come. A fierce battle ensued between Jephthah's forces and the Ephraimites, resulting in the deaths of many Ephraimites. This conflict further solidified Jephthah's reputation as a fierce and uncompromising leader, willing to defend his honor and authority. Jephthah's life and legacy are complex. He was a man of great faith who trusted in God's deliverance, yet his impulsive vow and its consequences cast a shadow over his story. In the New Testament, he is mentioned in the book of Hebrews among the heroes of faith, alongside figures like Gideon, Barak, Samson, and David. This inclusion suggests that despite his flaws, Jephthah is remembered as a man who acted in faith, even when the cost was high. The story of Jephthah invites readers to reflect on the nature of faith, obedience, and the consequences of our actions. His vow was a well-intentioned but rash promise that led to personal tragedy. Jephthah's story serves as a reminder of the importance of thoughtful and measured speech, particularly when making commitments to God. It also highlights the human tendency to bargain with God, especially in moments of fear or desperation. Jephthah's narrative also emphasizes the challenges of leadership in a divided and unstable society. As a judge, Jephthah was responsible for delivering Israel from its enemies and restoring order. However, his background as an outcast and the tensions within his own tribe made his leadership fraught with conflict. Despite these challenges, Jephthah rose to the occasion and fulfilled his role as a deliverer of Israel. His story underscores the idea that God can use anyone, regardless of their background or circumstances, to accomplish his purposes. The moral and ethical questions raised by Jephthah's vow and the potential sacrifice of his daughter have been the subject of much debate and interpretation. As some view Jephthah's actions as a tragic example of misguided zeal, while others see it as a testament to the seriousness with which he approached his faith and his commitments. The ambiguity surrounding the nature of his daughter's fate adds to the complexity of the story and leaves room for different interpretations. Ultimately, the story of Jephthah is a testament to the complexities of faith and the responsibilities that come with it. It invites readers to examine their own lives, the promises they make, and the sacrifices they are willing to endure for their beliefs. Through Jephthah's life, we see both the heights of faith and the depths of human sorrow, encapsulating the tension between devotion and the unintended consequences of our actions. The account of Jephthah in Judges serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of wisdom, humility, and restraint in our dealings with God and with others. It calls us to consider the weight of our words and the impact of our decisions on ourselves and those around us. As we reflect on Jephthah's story, we are reminded that faith, while essential, must be accompanied by wisdom and understanding. The lessons from Jephthah's life resonate across the ages, challenging us to approach our faith with both passion and discernment, and to honor our commitments with integrity and humility. Jephthah's life presents a striking example of how cultural norms, family dynamics, and personal decisions intersect to shape one's destiny. He was thrust into leadership under difficult circumstances, where his actions and choices would forever impact his personal life and the fate of Israel. Despite the challenges of his early years, Jephthah's rise from an outcast to a leader reveals the complexities of human resilience and the ways in which individuals can transform adversity into strength. The initial rejection by his family and the social stigma attached to his birth played a significant role in Jephthah's character development. Living in exile in Tob, he likely experienced the harsh realities of being an outsider, which might have contributed to his toughness and ability to survive in a hostile environment. This period in Tob is crucial, as it not only honed his skills as a warrior but also allowed him to develop the leadership qualities that would later define him. Surrounded by other marginalized individuals, Jephthah became a leader who understood the value of loyalty and camaraderie among those who had been similarly rejected by society. His eventual return to Gilead as a leader is a testament to the idea that one's past does not necessarily define one's future. However, his vow, perhaps made in a moment of desperation or zeal, demonstrates a recurring theme in the Bible about the power and consequences of words spoken in haste. This vow reveals a deeper layer to Jephthah's faith, a belief in the necessity of a profound personal sacrifice to secure God's favor, which is a concept seen throughout the Old Testament in various forms. Jephthah's actions suggest he may have viewed the vow as a way to express his commitment to God, perhaps assuming that such an act of devotion would guarantee success. The historical and theological context surrounding vows in the ancient Near East offers insight into Jephthah's mindset. Vows were often seen as binding and unbreakable promises to the deity, reflecting the high stakes involved in seeking divine intervention. In making his vow, Jephthah aligned himself with a tradition that equated sacrifice with favor and victory, echoing practices where a vow was meant to demonstrate the vow maker's seriousness and willingness to offer something valuable in exchange for divine aid. The tragic outcome of his vow, his only child being the first to greet him, adds a layer of sorrow that underscores the personal cost of leadership. The story does not provide details about Jephthah's daughter beyond this moment, but her acceptance of her fate and her desire to mourn her virginity reflect the cultural values of the time. Virginity and lineage were deeply significant in ancient Israel as they related to family honor, inheritance, and continuity. Jephthah's daughter's acceptance of the vow's consequences without resistance exemplifies a sense of duty and obedience that was highly esteemed in the culture. In the face of this unimaginable sacrifice, Jephthah's faith remained steadfast, though the pain of his loss likely haunted him for the remainder of his days. He upheld his vow, even at the expense of his happiness and future lineage. This act demonstrates a complex mixture of faith and tragedy, as Jephthah had to reconcile his commitment to God with the irrevocable consequences of his vow. The ambiguity surrounding whether the sacrifice was literal or symbolic leaves room for contemplation on the nature of sacrifice and the lengths to which one might go in fulfilling a promise to God. Beyond the personal tragedy, Jephthah's leadership extended into a broader context of tribal conflicts within Israel. His dispute with the Ephraimites highlights the persistent divisions and rivalries that existed among the tribes of Israel. This conflict reflects a larger pattern in the book of Judges, where intertribal tensions frequently arose, underscoring the challenges of unity in a nation composed of diverse tribes with distinct identities. Jephthah's harsh response to the Ephraimites, culminating in a bloody confrontation, demonstrates his unyielding character and his commitment to maintaining his authority. The methods used to identify the Ephraimites during the conflict, including the infamous Shibboleth test, provide a glimpse into the complex social dynamics and regional dialects of ancient Israel. The Shibboleth incident, where those who could not pronounce the word correctly were executed, underscores the often arbitrary and brutal nature of ancient warfare, as well as the lengths to which people would go to protect their own and assert dominance over perceived threats. Jephthah's story is marked by moments of triumph and despair, reflecting the multifaceted nature of his character. He is both a deliverer and a man burdened by his own decisions. In his role as a judge, he fulfilled his duty to defend Israel and restore order. Yet his personal tragedy reveals the limits of human strength and the vulnerability that accompanies even the most valiant leaders. The fact that he is later mentioned in the New Testament as a man of faith highlights the idea that even flawed individuals can be used by God to accomplish great things. Jephthah's legacy in biblical history is complex, as he embodies both the virtues and the pitfalls of leadership. His story prompts reflection on the nature of vows, the weight of promises, and the cost of loyalty to one's beliefs. It also invites consideration of how societal norms and personal choices can shape an individual's path, for better or worse. As a leader, Jephthah demonstrated remarkable courage and resolve, yet his story is also a cautionary tale about the consequences of rash decisions and the irreversible impact they can have on oneself and others. The narrative of Jephthah's life also resonates with broader themes found throughout the Bible. His experiences parallel those of other biblical figures who faced profound tests of faith, such as Abraham's near sacrifice of Isaac. However, unlike Abraham, who was spared from fulfilling his vow, Jephthah faced the full weight of his promise. This contrast underscores the diversity of experiences in the biblical narrative and the different ways individuals respond to divine challenges. In a broader theological sense, Jephthah's story raises questions about the nature of divine will and human agency. His vow to sacrifice the first thing that greeted him was a choice he made freely, yet it was also a choice that carried unforeseen consequences. This tension between human decisions and their outcomes is a recurring theme, the Bible, reflecting the complexity of human interactions with the divine. Moreover, Jephthah's interactions with the Ammonites and the internal conflict with the Ephraimites highlight the external and internal challenges that Israel faced as a nation. His story illustrates the struggle for unity and the difficulties of maintaining harmony among diverse groups. Despite these challenges, Jephthah's leadership brought a measure of peace and stability to Israel during a turbulent time, underscoring the impact that one individual can have on the course of a nation's history. Jephthah's story serves as a reminder of the sacrifices that leaders often make and the personal costs that accompany positions of authority. His life was marked by moments of great faith and profound sorrow, a testament to the complexity of human experience and the enduring relevance of biblical narratives. Through his story, we are reminded of the power of faith, the consequences of our choices, and the strength that can be found in even the most challenging circumstances. Through reflecting on Jephthah's life, we see a man who, despite his flaws, is remembered as a hero of faith. His legacy challenges us to consider the depth of our commitments and the price we are willing to pay for our beliefs. His story invites us to contemplate the role of faith in our lives, the promises we make, and the ways in which our actions can ripple through the lives of others, leaving a lasting impact long after we are gone. The
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Y'all hit that like button, share button, subscribe button, all that good stuff. Y'all see the time it is in the building, man. Malaki Macabee presents Redemption of the Firstborn, Temple Vows, and Burnt Offerings. And what we got going on here? Hey, let me know if that background music is too loud. If it's just right, drop a 1,000. If it's too loud, drop a 1. Let me know if that background music too loud, too low, or if it's just right. What we have here, though, what we have is men confusing, not even confusing, combining the redemption of the firstborn, temple vows, and burnt offerings all together in one, because they in denial about what really happened in Judges 11, dealing with the judge Jephthah and his daughter. You know what I mean? People are in denial about it, and it's just what it is. If you take yourself about of it and just deal with it objectively, you won't be confused. Objectively meaning deal with it with what's in front of you. Like if we both can read Judges 11 verses 29 on down, word for word, that's objective. The only problem is when understandings are different. See, we can read the same thing. We all can repeat our ABCs. We all can, you know what I mean, read above a third grade level of comprehension. You feel me? So we all know how to read. So objectively, we'll read the exact same thing. Like he performed his vow that he had vowed. Objectively, we all will read that. The understanding comes in, or the misunderstanding comes in, when we start getting in our own way. And we stop being objective about what we're reading. See what I'm saying? That's what we're dealing with today. We're going to deal with the redemption of the firstborn. How are the firstborn sons redeemed? You know what I mean? Because some people trying to say that that's what happened with Jephthah's daughter. And we can also deal with temple vows. Because there are people in biblical tradition whose parents made vows because they were barren. They made vows that if they were to have a child, this child would be the Lord's. Child would be the Lord's. You know what I mean? So that's a whole other vow that gotta be performed that comes with sacrifices and all that. And then you got the burnt offerings. You got the burnt offerings dealing with what Abraham was willing to do to Isaac, and with Jephthah. Jephthah's vow was a burnt offering vow. And I just got that burnt wrong too. Let me say that real quick. It's going completely off. Let me see something real quick. Not still burnt wrong. Just real quick, we're gonna jump right into it. We're gonna jump right into it. Okay. That's cool. That's all good. All right, so look what we're gonna do. We're gonna jump right into it. Prepared us some. Shout out to the CG. G created gang in the building. Stand up. Trade you brothers and sisters for the world. Trade you brothers and sisters for the world. All right. Let's get into this. All right, well, I sound pretty cool. Background music ain't too loud. See what we got going. Give myself a little taste. All right, Malaki Macabee presents the redemption / law and birthright of the firstborn, dedication, vows, and burnt offering. Check the chat, make sure everything cool. You know what I mean? We're gonna go ahead and cook. We're gonna cook good too. All good, all good. I'll make sure we're all good. Make sure we're cool, set up. We're gonna roll with it. We're gonna get us some definitions, we're gonna get us some history behind it. And again, the problem is men are conflating, they're combining, should I say, and confusing the redemption of the firstborns, temple vows, and burnt offerings, all in an attempt to deny what went down in Judges the 11th chapter. You know what I mean? So we're gonna go get into it, because we'll read that all the firstborn sons belong to God, right? We read that. How are firstborn sons redeemed? How? Like what has to happen? What's the ritual behind it? What's the sacrifices that come with it? You know what I mean? A lot of people really don't want to deal with that head on. And until you're willing to be real with yourself, like you're not gonna stand on no type of measure at all. You're gonna forever be, you know what I mean, topsy-turvy. You're gonna forever be getting ping-ponged in spirit. Ping-pong. You over here, you over there. You feel me? First rule of freedom is what? Free yourself from self. Free yourself from self. You know what I mean? Free yourself from self. Yeah. Let's get it cracking. Malaki Macabee presents the law and birthright of the firstborn, dedication. Let me see how I sound myself too. As I said, I sound cool, but let's see. Let's see what the skinny is. We're gonna go ahead and rock. I got two Bedouin young brothers and they garments, modern day. Let me go ahead real quick, guys. 1 second. Show you something, coach. You know what I mean? Okay, yeah, we good. All right, source. Right here, wiki. Right on wiki, that's the crazy part. Firstborn, right? The firstborn or firstborn son. Remember that. Here you go trying to take Jephthah's daughter and make it into something it ain't. The firstborn or firstborn son, Hebrew word is bakor, is an important concept in Judaism. Really? Nehemiah, you need to get you a hearing aid. Ain't nobody else even said turn this thing down. Get you a hearing aid or something, man. Ain't wrong with you. Right, I'm turning this down just a little bit. I'm always complaining about something. What's wrong with the big homie? Dang, somebody else just said it too. Okay, let me turn it down then. Yeah, you turn the music down some. Is that cool? Let me know. Drop a 1,000 in the chat if the background music is cool right now. Wait for it to come back out. Let's get this right. Let's get this right. Ain't no sense in running through this if everybody can't hear. Yeah, I feel you, Nehemiah. My bad, brother. I know. Don't get emotional over there, bro. Start crying and shit. Going over there, start to don't crash out, brother. My bad, man. You right. Tyrone Moore said the same thing. Please turn the music down. Thank you so much. Is that cool? Y'all drop a 1,000 if that's cool, because I'm ready to go cook. Drop 1,000 if that's cool. Drop a 1 if I need to turn it down some more. Let me know. That's what's up. I'm gonna go ahead and drop it down even a little more, just in case Nehemiah can't hear it. I don't want no excuses. All right, I got it down on 23. That should be Gucci. I know you do need another. Hey, sis rating the shade say it was fine at first. Yeah, y'all go messing with stuff. My bad, sis. You outvoted. Two brothers said it was too loud. You know what I mean? They probably got some wax in their ear. Ain't clean them ears out in a minute. All right, so please forgive me, brother. It's all good. All right, look, y'all get y'all notebooks out and all that. Let's go ahead and cook. I got my girl Chief and this key in the building with the word. All right, we about to go over this redemption of the firstborn. We going over temple vows, and we going over burnt offerings. I know the Millie Mouth misfits gonna be running around trying to, save face from the last video I did. But look, you can't. But we done already walked you boys down. You already walked down. There's nothing you can do about it. You walk down. You feel me? But me knowing that y'all gonna try to, confuse the people by combining all these together, the redemption of the firstborn, temple vows, and burnt offerings. I said, well, look, let's go ahead and put it on out there. That way people can make the decision themselves. I'm saying all of them are different. The redemption of the firstborn is different from the temple vows, different from the burnt offerings. You know what I mean? And once you understand what's what, you can properly navigate. So let's get into this. Let's get into this a little taste. Everybody lip fumbling and side jawing, and scrambling. These Millie Mouth misfits are scrambling. They know what they talking about is repugnant. It makes zero sense. The only reason it makes sense to you is because you're in denial. All right, so let's get into this right here. Once again, Malaki Macabee presents the redemption / law and birthright of the firstborn. Dedication, vows, and burnt offerings. Two Bedouin little brothers. Modern day. Garbed up. You know what I mean? Little jokers. Bedouin little brothers. All right, so source, Wiki. Right on Wiki. It's crazy. All right. The firstborn or firstborn who? Son. Firstborn son. All right, so here you go trying to be with Jephthah's only daughter. That was his only firstborn son. Bakor is an important concept in Judaism or the Torah, y'all. All right. The role of firstborn son carries significance in the redemption of the firstborn son and the allocation of a double portion of the inheritance, and in the prophetic application of firstborn for the nation of Israel. All right, etymology and usage. The Semitic root BKR or Bakor means early or first in ancient Near East Semitic languages. Biblical Hebrew contains various verbs from the Bakor stem, BKR, with this association. The plural noun Bikorim, vegetable first fruits, also derives from this root. The masculine noun Bakor, firstborn, is used of sons. Remember that. Bakor is used of sons. Right? It's a whole nother word for the daughters. It's a whole nother word. When he's talking about the firstborn, he's usually talking about sons. All right? As Canaan begot Sidon, his firstborn, while the feminine equivalent is who? Bakira. I do like that name. Bakira. Firstborn daughter. Okay? Derived from Bakor is the qualitative noun Bakorah, meaning what? Birthright. Birthright. We talking about the whole thing related to primogeniture. That's how you say that. Now, what is primogeniture? Let's look. Is the right, look at this. Is the right by law or custom of the firstborn legitimate child to inherit the parent's entire or main estate in preference to shared inheritance among all or some children, any illegitimate child or any collateral relative, In most contexts, it means the inheritance of the firstborn son. In most contexts. It don't mean the firstborn daughter ain't significant or nothing, but usually when you hear about the firstborn, biblically speaking, it's dealing with the sons. It's dealing with the sons. Agnatic primogeniture, it can also mean by the firstborn daughter. Matrilineal primogeniture or firstborn child, absolute primogeniture. Hebrew Bible. The earliest account of primogeniture, however you say that, can be widely known in modern times, involve Isaac's son Jacob being born second. Genesis 25 and 26, and Isaac's son Esau being born first and entitled to what? The birthright. Birthright, eventually selling it to Jacob for a small amount of food. Genesis 25, 31 through 34. A similar transfer appears in 1 Chronicles 5, 1 through 2, where although the tribe of Judah, Yahudah, prevailed above their brethren, nevertheless the birthright, what is the birthright, y'all? The double portion of two tribal allotments. So even though Judah prevailed above his brethren, who got the birthright? Joseph. Joseph got the birthright. The birthright is a double portion. Double portion. Right? That's what Esau was supposed to get. But he ended up selling it. Look at this. More into it. He walked these boys down. They not about to do no research like this and then come present it to you. They not gonna do all that. No. It's red fish, blue fish, tap dancing, Gregory Hines, all over the place. Throw a little laughter out there. You know what I mean? Those are a few stale, played out jokes, and it's time to pray out. They're not really gonna go and get thorough and deep into exactly what it is and what's going on. According to the law of Moses, a father's firstborn is entitled to receive a double portion of his father's inheritance. Remember that. Compared to the other siblings. That's Deuteronomy 21, 15 through 17. I heard that? According to the law of Moses, a father's firstborn is entitled, and the firstborn, remember y'all, is Bakor, son, firstborn sons. According to the law of Moses, a father's firstborn is entitled to receive a double portion of his father's inheritance compared to the other siblings. Deuteronomy 21, 15 through 17. Deuteronomy 21, 15 through 17 prohibits a husband with more than one wife from declaring the first son of the favored wife to be his firstborn. If the unfavored wife has an older son, remember that we're dealing with Abraham as well, Isaac, Ishmael. Supposedly two of Abraham's sons by two different women. But Ishmael is the oldest. Watch this. Firstborns had a special role in the sacrificial service. The Torah requires firstborn humans and animals to be sanctified. Abel brought the firstborns of his flock as a sacrifice, and the Torah requires firstborns of the flock and herd to be brought as sacrifices. Firstborn humans and firstborn non-kosher animals being unsuitable for sacrifice. Word to be what? Redeemed. Levites received the priestly role, which originally belonged to the firstborns. Israel is God's firstborn. I'll show it. We're gonna walk you down real quick, and we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into what's called scripture. Really? Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Love, life, balance, and all that good stuff in between. All right. It says right here in Exodus, Moses is instructed to say to Pharaoh, "Thus saith the Lord, Israel is my son, my firstborn. Israel is my son, my firstborn." The death of Pharaoh and the Egyptians' firstborn sons at the first Passover is direct payback, direct recompense for God's identification of Israel as his own firstborn. Let's get to the Hellenistic and diaspora Judaism. Look at this. The concept of the firstborn was heavily present in Hellenistic Judaism, meaning Greek Judaism. Y'all, Hellenistic means Greek. Greek, like with Philo and them, yeah. The concept of the firstborn was heavily present in Hellenistic Judaism among the Second Temple, Jewish diaspora. The Septuagint, Israel, and Ephraim are God's Prototokos, firstborn. The use of firstborn is taken further along figurative lines. And the pseudepigraphal and the pseudepigraphical testament of Abraham, so you got a testament of Abraham and a pseudepigraphal. Disease is personified as the prototokos, firstborn of Thanatos, the personification of death. And Joseph and Asenath, the converted Egyptian princess, Asenath prepares to marry Joseph, the prototokos, firstborn of the God of Israel. Philo of Alexandria. It is. Philo of Alexandria comments on the inheritance rights of the firstborn in Deuteronomy, greatly emphasizing and embellishing the superiority of Mosaic law over Egyptian models. Now get into the rabbinical interpretation, because if the scriptures that we're reading has limited detail about redemption of the firstborns, then guess what you got to rely on? Tradition. You got to rely on tradition. Mm-hmm. Who came up with the tradition and all that? That's up for debate. You know what I mean? But the redeeming or the redemption of the firstborn, meaning the firstborn sons, if that's what it talks about. But how you do it is the details is very limited when if you're only dealing with Bible. If you want to get more detail, you got to go into the tradition. And that's why some bros be reading the Talmuds and the Mishnahs and all these extras, because they're trying to get more detail about like certain aspects of the Bible that the Bible is vague on. That's when they're getting to the tradition, what the rabbis and the sages and what all these men were saying concerning this topic. All right. So just because you see rabbinical interpretation, you know what I mean, no reason to blow your drawers out. You feel me? Again, when the Bible is vague on the topic, you know, ain't that much detail, then naturally you gotta go deal with tradition. Just get, you know what I mean, more understanding about what it is. So look at this. Rabbinical interpretation, redemption. In Judaism, firstborn male sons undergo a redemption ceremony. Look at that. Called a what? A pidyon haban. What are we talking about? Redemption of the son. It's got to do with sons. Sons. There's a redemption ceremony that must take place. There's a ritual there are rites and ceremonies when it comes down to redeeming the firstborn. You got to go through some type of rite and ceremony. All right. Now, what you call Judaism, they doing that. You know what I mean? Israelites really don't know nothing about it, because most Israelites ain't even try to even dive that deep. But look what it says. It says in Judaism, firstborn male sons undergo a redemption ceremony called pidyon haban, redemption of the son, when they turn 30 days old. Listen to that. 30 days old. This little joker is barely a month. A little bit over a month. 4 weeks. See, it happened at birth. What are we talking about? It happened young. Even when we get into Mary, we get into some lost books and New Testament apocryphal books and talk about the infancy story of Mary. She was a little girl. You know what I mean? This wasn't nothing that was done. She's 13, and now this stuff go down at birth. You know what I mean? Look at this. This ceremony is not performed for all firstborns. For example, if a woman's first child was a girl, remember this firstborn is about Bakor, sons, firstborn sons. All right. If it's a firstborn daughter, it's Bakira. All firstborns, for example, if a woman's first child was a girl or born by cesarean section, redemption is not performed for any of her sons. And the ceremony, a set of 5 silver coins is paid to a Kohen to redeem the sons. Here you go, silver. I got a silver coin. I got 5 dimes. I got 5 rusty nickels. No, we talking about shekels. We talking about shekels. Oh, wait. Look at this. Look at this right here. The firstborn's service to the quote-unquote Judean people or Jewish people. It's real easy when you just take yourself about of it and just look at it for what it is. Originally, the firstborn of every Judean family was intended to serve as a priest in the temple in Jerusalem, as priests to the Jewish people, but they lost their role after the sin. They lost their role after the sin of the golden calf. And this privilege was transferred to the male descendants of Aaron or Aharon. However, according to some, this role will be given back to the firstborn in the third temple when Messiah comes. Until this time, they say a firstborn son still has certain other roles, besides receiving double a father's inheritance and requiring a Pidyon Haban, which is a firstborn son ceremony. A firstborn son is supposed to fast on the eve of Passover, and in the absence of a Levite, a Bakor, a firstborn son, washes the hands of the priest prior to blessing the Israelites. Let's talk about the animal firstborn. Because again, men are confusing all three: the burnt offering vow, temple dedication vow, redemption of the firstborn. You're combining and confusing all of it together. You feel me? All in a petty attempt to try to make Judges 11 say something that it don't say. It don't say that. It don't even say what you say. Keep going. It's an easy work, man. I don't even know what all the fluff is about. Everybody running their mouth, you know what I mean? Side jawing. What the hell is you side jawing for? And what is you so angry about? What is you so angry about? Well, everybody just look, bro, ain't none of us off for none of this. We ain't doing nothing but going back over or researching. Going back over what somebody already searched out. You understand? The best thing you can do is be real with yourself about what you read. Watch the Jedi mind tricks, man. Now look at this. Look at this. Stuff easy, man. It's right, I'm talking about right on the line. You ain't even got to go for it. In the Hebrew Bible, the feminine plural noun Bekarat, Bekarot, is used to describe firstlings of a flock. In rabbinical Hebrew, the masculine noun Bakor is also used of the firstborn animal to open the womb of its mother. The animal, firstborn beast, Hebrew Bakor Behemah, is listed as one of the 24 priestly gifts. Today, when there is no temple in Jerusalem, most Judean believers, Jewish believers, do not give firstborn animals to a priest or to the priest, Kohanim. Instead, it is customary to sell the mother animal. Look at this. Because there ain't no temple. Look what they do. Instead, it is customary to sell the mother animal to a non-Jew before it gives birth to the firstborn, and then buy back both the animal and its firstborn. Look at y'all try to get creative. Look at this. Other Abrahamic religions. The importance of the literal firstborn son is not as greatly developed in Christianity and Islam as it is in Judaism. Christianity applied the concept of firstborn to Jesus of Nazareth, with firstborn from the dead, and adopted Septuagint terminology, prototokoi, plural, to describe the church as firstborns. Muslim scholars traditionally consider Ishmael. Muslim scholars traditionally consider Ishmael the firstborn of Abraham, mentioned in Quran 37:103. However, Islamic law contains no preference for the firstborn son. Really, we're gonna address this Ishmael thing later. We got more than a light bomb dropping later. Just make sure y'all stick around, because what we're gonna bring out last is gonna be damaging. You know what I mean? Now look at this right here. How is the firstborn redeemed? What is the process? Get into a source. Y'all know the blue letter. Let's get into the Holy Bible. All right, we went into some history on it. Let's get into the Bible and see what's really going on. All right, y'all getting some understanding? Spend some voices up in the chat, man. We over here cooking. You know what I mean? Just slow cooking a little taste. Easy work though. Easy work. Let's get to some of the whole Bible. Exodus, Shemot, Exodus 13, 12 to 15. The thou shalt set apart unto the Lord all that openeth the matrix. That's the one. All right. Matrix is in the Bible. Ain't that something? That openeth the matrix. Every firstling that cometh of a beast which thou hast, the male shall be the Lord's. And every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck. Do y'all see this? Good night. Hold on. And every firstling of an ass shall you redeem with a lamb. So save the ass with a lamb. That's what redemption is. You redeeming something, you buying it back. It's like a ransom, right? So it says, every firstling or firstborn of an ass, you shall redeem, buy back, pay the ransom with a lamb. So spare his life, but kill the lamb. And if you will not redeem it, then you shall break his neck, break the neck of the firstling ass. If you don't want to kill the lamb in place of the ass, you gotta break the ass's neck. That's Exodus 13 and 13. Look at the ritual that has to go down for a firstling or a firstborn ass. In order for his life to be spared, the lamb has to be killed, sacrificed. Say you don't want to do that to the lamb. Say you don't want to do that. You gotta break the ass's neck, break its neck, and you see that? Y'all understand that? Hold on. Good night. If you don't want to redeem, if you don't want to redeem, save the life, spare the life of the ass by sacrificing a lamb in its place. Then guess what you got to do to that ass? That first lean ass, that firstborn ass, or what is that? A donkey? You know what I mean? It's not a mule, it's a donkey. So if you don't want to, if you don't want to spare the life of the firstborn of a donkey, right, by sacrificing a lamb in its place, then you gotta break the neck of that firstborn donkey. See that? If y'all see, I'm not making none of that up. If y'all see that this is one process in how you redeem a firstling or a firstborn of a donkey, right? You either sacrifice the lamb to spare its life, or you break the donkey's neck. If y'all understand that, drop a 1,000 in the chat. Drop a 1,000 in the chat. You gotta break his neck. If you don't want to sacrifice a lamb in place of that firstborn donkey, then you gotta break the neck of that firstborn donkey. That's Torah. If y'all understand that, drop 1,000 in the chat. Good night. We'll break his neck. Something gotta die. Something gotta die. Oh wait, that's boy, it get real, boy. What you mean? Read again. And every firstling or firstborn of a donkey, you shall redeem with a lamb. Meaning, you have to, if you want the donkey to live, you gotta sacrifice a lamb. Right? But if you saying, no, I'm not about to sacrifice no lamb to spare the life of that donkey, then guess what you gotta do, because it's the firstborn donkey. And it probably belongs to the Lord. You gotta break its neck. Yeah. The Lord won't his. He won't his. You understand? He want his blood. Look at this. And all the firstborn of man among your children shall you redeem. How are they redeeming them though? How are they redeeming them though? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Wait. That's serious right there, boy. And all the firstborn of man among your children shall you redeem. How does that happen, though? Necks got to get broken. Some blood got to spill. Like, how do you redeem the firstborn sons? You know what I mean? Born amongst men. How does this happen? You dig? How does this happen? Let's keep reading. Right in the Bible. Read it again. Exodus 13:13. And every firstborn of a donkey you shall redeem, spare its life with a lamb. You gotta sacrifice the lamb. You want to save the donkey's life. If you will not save the donkey's life, then you shall break his neck. The Lord wants his. He wants his blood. Look at this. And all the firstborn of man among your children shall you redeem. Keep going. And it shall be when your son asks thee in time to come, saying, what is this? Why is you breaking the neck? Hey man, why are you breaking the neck of that damn donkey? Or why are you killing a innocent lamb to spare this firstborn donkey? Why? Why? And it shall be when your son asks thee in time to come, saying, what is this? That you shall say unto him, by strength of the hand the Lord brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that the Lord killed or slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to Yahweh all that opened the matrix, being who? Males. Being males. But all the firstborn of my children, I redeem. Good night. Being that Yahweh killed the firstborn in Egypt and spared his firstborn, now in your sacrifices of redemption, you got to play that out. All right, you want the firstborn, the firstborn donkey must be redeemed by sacrificing a lamb, an innocent lamb, right? All right, you don't want to kill, you don't want to sacrifice a lamb, so I can decree that this donkey lives. We'll go break the donkey's neck, then. That's Torah. Go break his neck. You don't want to sacrifice a lamb in this place where he got to die. You break his neck. Good night, boy. Good night. And the whole reason behind it is because the Lord killed all the firstborn in Egypt so you can live. Now you got to break the neck of all these damn donkeys that you don't want to redeem by sacrificing the lamb. The Lord wants his. Look at this. Lexicon. Let's get into redemption. Strong's 86299. Padah. God. Look at this. Gonna break the neck of a joker, boy. What you game? What you think you playing? Good Lord, break his neck. Woo! Very big. Shout out to the bronze, yo. What's the word, yo? What's the word, yo? Shout out to my brother. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. Nehemiah, y'all go like, subscribe, share. Y'all tap in on these channels, man. Get some understanding. All right. Now, what's the Hebrew word for redemption? How are the sons redeemed? We see how a firstborn donkey gets redeemed. Innocent lamb must be sacrificed in the place, or you got to break the donkey's neck. And being that the Lord killed all the firstborn in Egypt, that's why I do it. That's why I'm spilling blood, because the Lord killed the firstborn in Egypt to redeem us. Good night, boy. Look at this. Padah, a primitive root to sever, i.e. ransom. Ransom. Generally to release, preserve, and all delivered by any means ransom. It ought to be let be, redeemed, rescued surely. Exodus 22 and 29. I'll show it. Let's show it. Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits and of thy liquors. Pour up, man. God said, nigga, pour up, nigga. I was pouring till it ran out. Not you. Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits and of thy liquors. The firstborn of your sons shall thou give unto me. How? How? It's telling you the firstborn sons are the Lord's. You give to them. How do you do this? Exodus 34:19-20. Look at this. Look at this. Look, walk you down with Bible. We in Bible, so everybody's scared of the O. We swim in Bible too. Killer whales. Killer whales eating up everything. All right. Look at this. Exodus 34:19-20. All that open up the matrix or the womb is mine. And every firstborn among your cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male, of the firstborn of an ass or a donkey, you shall redeem with a lamb. And if you redeem him not, then shall you break his neck. There it is again. Break his neck. All the firstborn of your sons you shall redeem. All the firstborn of your sons you shall redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. Ooh, what do you mean, Malaki? I guess you running around talking about they, practice Torah and keep Torah. Man, there's a lot in Torah that ain't nobody doing. You niggas ain't out here breaking no necks. I don't care if you got a form or you out here straight way. Oh, that clown ass nigga Pastor down. He ain't out there breaking no necks. He ain't redeeming the firstborn of his donkeys by sacrificing a unblemished lamb. He ain't doing that. Right? And trip off this. If he don't want to sacrifice the lamb, he ain't breaking the neck of none of his animals. You ain't doing that. Huh? Let's see what happened when Yeshua, Jesus, presented as the firstborn son at the temple in Jerusalem. That has to happen. And look, shame on you Negroes trying to confuse this with Jephthah's daughter. That don't even make a lick of sense. How the hell are you comparing the redemption of the firstborn sons? Huh? The redeeming of the firstborn sons. The ransoming of the firstborn sons with Jephthah's daughter. With Jephthah's only daughter and child. How? See, you in denial. That's all it is. You know what I mean? You still spitting fluff. You still tap dancing. You still in denial. You understand? But you ain't gonna be real with yourself first and be like, yeah, dude say he performed his vow. Okay, what was the vow? All right, so there's no reason for me to go confuse a vow of a burnt offering with the ransoming or the redeeming of the firstborn son. Nor with a temple vow that was made by Samuel's mother and Mary's parents, according to some of these lost books that we're going to get into today. All right? Now look at this. This is what happened when Jesus, Yeshua was born. And when 8 days were accomplished for the circumcising of the child, his name was called Yeshua, which was so named of the angel before he was conceived in the womb. And when the days of her purification according to the law of Moses were accomplished, they brought him to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord, as it is written in the law of the Lord. Every male that openeth the womb shall be called holy to the Lord, and to offer a sacrifice according to that which is said in the law of the Lord, a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons. And this is something that the mother has to offer after she gives birth and goes through her cleansing and purification period. You understand? And it's all based on if she has a man child or a maid child, a son or a daughter. But these sacrifices are not burnt offering vows. It's the purification every woman has to go through and do after she gives birth. Yeah, so many days for male child, so many days for a maid child, son or daughter. And after she goes through her periods of purification, then she comes with her sacrifices and all that. You know what I mean? That's how that works. See, it's not a vow of a burnt offering. That's not that. And on top of that, that ain't got nothing to really do with the child. It's the mother that's bringing it, because she goes through a period of uncleanness after she gives birth. So many days for a son, so many days for a daughter. And once her days of uncleanness and purification are accomplished, then what she do? She comes to offer a sacrifice according to which is said in the law of the Lord, a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons. No blood. Firstborn redeemed. Let's go to Numbers. Numbers 3:40-51. See, we in Bible, we swim over here too. You know what I mean? Killer whales. Killer whales. Look at this. Numbers 3:40-51. Firstborn and redeemed. Now, so far, when we talking about firstborn, y'all, are we talking about sons or are we talking about daughters? Right? Drop a 1,000 in the chat if we talking about sons. Drop a 1 in the chat if we talking about daughters. So far, when the Bible was talking about firstborn and redeeming the firstborn, whether it's man or beast, so far it's talking about males. All right? So drop a 1,000 in the chat if you're hearing sons. Drop a 1 in the chat if you heard daughters so far. You know what I mean? Let's make it work, man. Ooh, easy work. Easy work. I see y'all in the building. Clip up. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. I know y'all watching. Yeah. We love y'all too. CGG, create a gang in the building. You dig? You bring them, we raise them. Let's go into the firstborn being redeemed in the book of Numbers by me, boy, chapter 3:40-51. Look at this. These mouth Negroes thought they had something. Negroes is crazy. These 30-year past expiration date doctrines gotta go. It may have worked in the 90s, a little bit in the 80s. That shit is played out. It's time to go. It's time to upgrade. You understand? And trip off this. Those dry, expired doctrines don't do nothing but keep you niggas in parent mode. Y'all grown men. Up there quiet, head to the ground. Keep you in parent mode. Y'all over there seal clapping like it's feeding time. It's oi. No. That shit dry and played out. You understand? And trip off this. Your fancy decorated elder won't debate it. Ever. He won't put it up against something else and press play. Let's press play on that. He'll never debate it. Him, nobody up there at that table, nor any one of his so-called students, aka parents. Nobody will debate it. So what that really say about you? What that really say about you? Numbers 3:40-51. You feel me? And for anybody that's in their feelings about it, hey, you just back to back with it. Writing Bible. Swimming Bible too. Back to back. What you doing? Ain't doing nothing. It's emotion. Playing. But you ain't walked nobody down with that madness. Look at it. Numbers 3:40-51. And the Lord said unto Moses, number all the firstborn of the males of the children of Israel, from a month old and upward, and take the number of their name. And thou shalt take the Levites for me, I am the Lord, in place or instead of all the firstborn among the children of Israel. And the cattle of the Levites in place or instead of all the firstborn among the cattle of the children of Israel. And Moses numbered, as the Lord commanded him, all the firstborn among the children of Israel. And all the firstborn males by the number of names from a month old and upward of those that were numbered of them were 22,200 3 So 22,275 for a month old and upward were the firstborn sons amongst Israel during this time. 22,275 out of the whole nation. You understand? These were the firstborn males. How do you redeem them though? By doing what? How do you redeem them? By doing what? Look at this word. Look at this word. Look at this word. Right, 44. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, take the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the children of Israel. Take the Levites in place of all the firstborn among the children of Israel. And the cattle of the Levites in place of their cattle, and the Levites shall be mine. I am the Lord. And for those that are to be redeemed of the 215 of the firstborn of the children of Israel, which are more than the Levites. Thou shalt even take what? Look at this. How do the firstborn sons get redeemed according to the Bible? Look at this. Look at this. Firstborn of the children of Israel, which are more than the Levites, you shall even take 5 shekels apiece. 5 shekels apiece by the pole. After the shekel of the sanctuary shall thou take them. That was 20 gerahs. And you shall give the money wherewith the odd number of them is to be redeemed unto Aaron and to his sons. So they get redeemed with money. Silver coins, shekels. They get redeemed by giving money, silver coins, to the priest. And thou shalt give the money wherewith the odd number of them is to be redeemed unto Aaron. And thou shalt give the money. They get redeemed with money, y'all. And thou shalt give the money wherewith the odd number of them is to be redeemed unto who? Aaron and to his sons. The firstborn sons are redeemed through a rite and ceremony. You know what I mean? And in the process, the priests are paid. you gotta pay the priest so many shekels of silver. So to redeem a firstborn donkey, what you gotta do? You gotta sacrifice a lamb, right? Or break the donkey's neck. To redeem the firstborn sons among Israel, you gotta pay the priest. You gotta pay the priest for the life of this child. Dang. And thou shalt give the money, wherewith the odd number of them is to be redeemed unto Aaron and to his sons. Then Moses took the redemption money. Look at this. It's money in there. Dang. Look at this. And Moses took the redemption. And Moses took the redemption money of them that were over and above them, that were redeemed by the Levites. And Moses took the redemption money of them that were over and above them, that were redeemed by the Levites. Of the firstborn of the children of Israel took he the money, 1,365 shekels of silver after the shekel of the sanctuary. And Moses gave the money of them that were redeemed unto who? Aaron. Aaron. The firstborn sons are redeemed by paying the priest. You got to pay the priest off. And his son. You got to pay the priest off. And Moses gave the money of them that were redeemed unto Aaron and to his sons, according to the word of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. So, how do you redeem? How do you redeem a firstborn son? Let me see if y'all been listening. How do you redeem a firstborn son? How do you ransom? How do you spare the life of your firstborn son? What must you do? What must you do? Put the answer in the chat. Put the answer in the chat. Dang. Let's go to numbers. Numbers 18, 15 through 17. It's Bible enough for you, ain't it? Millie Mouth, Nick Rose, all in their feelings. What the hell is y'all in y'all feelings about? It's just the Bible. That's it. It's just the Bible. You know what I mean? Baby, who the hell is Baby Jackson? Go do you a video, put it up so we can look at it. I don't even know you. Like, most of y'all cats ain't even been around long enough to and jump on and swing some swords. You gotta come up through the ranks. Baby Jackson, whoever the hell you are. Go do a video and send it to us so we can watch it and pick your shit apart. That's easy. You know what I mean? Like, niggas don't just pop up and say, hey, I'm ready. Nah. I'm talking to some of these cowards that claim that we done lost the light or that we reading something wrong. You dig? That I know. I don't even know you. Who the hell is a Baby Jackson? Right? So go do you a video. So I'm going off. Stop this video, critique it. You know what I mean? Send it to us and let's see what the hell you talking about. Only then I can take you serious. I talk to people every day that run their damn mouth like they gonna get out here and get on a platform and make some type of video, and they never do it. So I'm not even entertaining nobody, you feel me, until they at least are willing to put up some type of video and respond to this. You know what I mean? Other than that, you know, keep quiet and learn. I got snipers on the roof though. Yeah, so you get out of the box, you already know what's gonna happen. Let's go to numbers. Numbers 18, 15 through 17. Y'all getting some understanding? Y'all get some understanding? Go ahead and drop a 5,000 in the chat. You dig? We over here working. Yeah, and whoever got a problem, you got a problem with Bible. I'm reading Bible. I'm reading Bible. I'm not gonna lip wrestle with Nam, N-A-M, Nam Negro. Make the video, put it up, let's see. And we'll pick you apart in a nanosecond. You ain't built like that either. Especially if you over there studying under the kneecaps of Daniel Solomon. Your ass ain't nowhere near ready. You know what I mean? Get your weight up. All right, let's get into this. Numbers 18, 15 through 17. Yeah, them niggas ain't nowhere near ready. Not even close. All right, now look at this. Numbers 18, 15 through 17. Everything that openeth the matrix in all flesh, which they bring unto the Lord, whether it be of men or beasts, shall be yours. Talking about these Levites right here. Yeah, I ain't even lip wrestling with none of these niggas. That's what's up. Do your videos, email us, and we'll pick your shit apart. Easy. You know what I mean? What I ain't finna do is lip wrestle with none of you niggas about nothing. But we can tell your punk ass L to come off the porch. How about that? How about that? You's a baby. Boy, you's a baby. Or did you two, man? You Baby Jackson. You a baby. You know what I mean? I'm a killer whale. If you a guppy, I'm a killer whale. You're not ready. All right? But the best bet, I've been doing this too long. The best bet, go get your elders. Tell them niggas, stand up. You know what I mean? Stretch out, because I know your bones popping. You dig? Come on over here and get this light. Come on over here and get this light. That's it. Numbers 18, 15 through 17. Everything that opened up the matrix in all flesh, which they bring unto Yahweh, whether it be of men or beasts, shall be yours. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man shall you surely redeem. You got to ransom him. How do you ransom? You got to pay the priest off. You got to pay the priest off. And the firstborn of unclean beasts shall you redeem. And those that are to be redeemed from a month old shall thou redeem according to your estimation for the money. Look at this. Yeah, you got to pay the priest off. After you're a firstborn son, you got to pay the priest so many shekels of silver. If not, your son's not redeemed. Your son's not ransomed. Can you imagine that hanging over something? What if you have a son that can't afford to pay the priest? For the money of 5 shekels. Look at this. Maybe that's 16 again. Look at this. And those that ought to be redeemed from a month old shall you redeem, according to your estimation, for the money of 5 shekels. For the money of 5 shekels. After the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs. But the firstling, firstborn of a cow, or the firstborn of a sheep, or the firstborn of a goat, you shall not redeem. They are holy. You shall sprinkle their blood, you shall kill them, sacrifice them, and sprinkle their blood upon the altar, and shall burn their fat. Shall burn their fat for an offering made by fire, for a sweet savor to the Lord. Dang, God. Yeah, the firstborn sons are redeemed with money. What's the laws of motherhood? That's what we just read, dealing with Mary and what she did when Yahshua was circumcised. She brought him on up to the temple, right? But she had to bring something too. Let's read about it. Easy word. Easy word, easy word, easy word. Now let's go to Leviticus 12, 1 through 8. This Bible enough for you, ain't it? These Negroes is confusing, man. Like everything. What is y'all talking about? We gonna write the Bible, reading definitions, slowing down, getting the context, right? But we confused though. We confused. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speaking to the children of Israel, saying, if a woman have conceived seed and born a man child, then she shall be unclean, what? 7 days. According to the days of the separation for her infirmity, shall she be unclean. And in the eighth day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 3 and 30 days. So you got 33 days, right? Once she's born, once the man child is born, she's unclean for 7 days. So 33 plus 7 is 40 days. The 8th day, the flesh of the foreskin is circumcised. Of course, 8th day circumcision dealing with the Torah, right? But look how long she's unclean, and then she has to go through a period of purification. She's unclean for 7 days, and then she continues in the blood of her purifying 30 and 3 days. So 33 plus 7 is a total of 40 days. The 8th day of that man-child's life, he's circumcised. Okay, so the whole purification process for a woman who gives birth to a man-child is 40 days. All right, now look at this. She shall touch no hollow thing, nor come into the sanctuary, till the days of her purifying be fulfilled. If she bear a maid child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, 14 days, as in her separation. She shall continue in the blood of her purifying, rescore, which is 60 and 6 days. So 66 plus 14 gets you 80 days. When a woman, according to the biblical narrative, gives birth to a daughter, her whole process of purification is 80 days. Gives birth to a man child, our whole process of purification is 40 days. Now look at this. How are you confusing this with a vow of burnt offering? It makes no sense at all. Make no sense at all. Look at this. And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled, for a son or for a daughter, this is what the mother has to do. This is what Mary did. All right. right? And she's bringing this not for the child, for herself. And when the days of her purifying are for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering. There go burnt offering, Malachi. See? Listen. Is this for the child or for the mother? Look. And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1-year-old lamb, and a young pigeon for a turtle dove or a sin offering. Unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest. You see, we read that Luke chapter 2, we read it up here. That's what Mary did. You know what I mean? She brought the turtle doves and pigeons, and these sacrifices are for a sin offering and for a burnt offering. Look at this. Look at this. So she brings this turtle dove and this pigeon and this lamb, right, to the priest, who shall offer it before Yahweh and make an atonement for who? Her. This is about the mother who just gave birth. This ain't about dedicating the child, whether it's a son or a baby girl, to the temple. Right? The sacrifices she bringing is for mama. It's for her. She finished her process of purification, who shall offer it before Yahweh and make an atonement for her. And she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the law for her that have born a male or a female. See, the sacrifices she brings, the burnt offering or the sin offering, is for her. It ain't for the child. It ain't. So she not bringing a burnt offering after she gave birth and a sin offering to the priest to offer it up because she's dedicating her son or her daughter to the temple. No, it's for her going through and finishing her process of purification. This is the law for her that have born a male or a female. If y'all understand that, that the sacrifices she bringing to the priest to offer it in the temple or the tabernacle is for her completing her process of purification. She's not bringing sin offerings and burnt offerings to offer to dedicate her son or whatever, her daughter, for life to the temple. That ain't what she's doing right here, right? She's bringing a sin offering and a burnt offering to the priest because she just finished her process of purification. 40 days for a son, 80 days for a daughter. Right? And look what the priest, who shall offer it before the Lord and make a what? An atonement for her. This is not her dedicating her child to the temple. It's simply her finishing her process of purification. And make an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from her issue of her blood. This is the law for her that have born a male or a female. Look at this. And if she be not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtles or 2 young pigeons, the one for the burnt offering and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her, the mama. The mama, she shall be cleansed. You can't say this is what happened with Jephthah's daughter. For one, she's way past 80 days old. Look, Jephthah's daughter so grown, he can send her away for 60 days to go bewail her virginity and play with her friends on the mountain. You're not doing that with an 80-day-old little girl. And on top of that, these are not sacrifices that are being offered. You understand? Because the mama is dedicating the child to the temple. Now, this is about these sacrifices are being given to the priest to offer up before Yahweh to make an atonement for the mama. Because the mama just went through her period of purification. right? That ain't hard to understand. If y'all understand that, y'all drop a 9,000 in the chat, man. Y'all drop a 9,000 in the chat. Nehemiah got an excellent point. Remember, everybody, this is done within the first 30 days. So this couldn't fit the part in Judges 11 because I let Miles speak because I'm sure you don't explain. Yeah, man. So take from the building, the creator is unstoppable. Make it make sense, man. Nobody making this stuff up. All right. Let's go into the ceremony of the firstborn. The redemption of the son, Pidyon Haban. Shout out to the haters, Job Jackets and naysayers. Yeah, we love y'all too, man. We didn't know that. Let's get into this. Y'all confused. Like, what you're doing is trying to combine everything together, and that's not the same thing. It's not. The redemption of the son, the redemption of the firstborn sons, the vow to devote your vow to a life of service to Yahweh. I'm saying temple dedication. And a vow of burnt offerings are all three different things. All three different things. And that lamb that was brought as a burnt offering, his head would have had to been chopped off. Yep, he had to been quartered off. He would have had to get his organs cut out. You know what I mean? The fat cut off the organs. He had blood drained. They had to make a blood border. They would lay that dismembered lamb on the altar of burnt offering and roasted that sucker as a sweet smelling savor. Yeah, to the deity. To the deity source. What is Pidyon Haban? The Pidyon Haban, or redemption of the firstborn son, is a commandment, mitzvah in Judaism, whereby a Jewish firstborn son is redeemed with who, y'all? Money. You gotta pay the priest off. You got your firstborn son. You don't pay the priest off, your son's life ain't gonna be spared. And when you paying the priest off, this is quote unquote you know what I mean? You appeasing the Lord. It's redeemed with money. You gotta go ahead and drop you some shekels. You have you a firstborn son. Yeah. This right here is a picture of it. Look how young that's a newborn. Look at that. They got jewelry out. They got shekels out. Look at that. This is a ceremony. This is a Pidyon Haban, or what? A redemption of the firstborn son ceremony. Look at that. So if you're trying to say this is what happened, you know what I mean, to Jephthah's daughter in any way, shape, form, or fashion, look how young that little baby would have had to be. Jephthah's daughter was way older than this because she was allowed to leave her father's presence for 2 months and go play on the mountains and bewail her virginity with her fellows. But look when the dedication is happening. Look when the ransoming or the redemption or the sparing of the life of the firstborn son is happening. And look all on the table. Money. And they go to the priest. Good night, boy. And it happens early, y'all. Early in life. 30, 40 days as a girl. And you talking about 80 days. I know somebody mad. I know somebody mad about Sean. What you mad about over there? The redemption is attained by paying 5 silver coins to a priest, Kohen, a patrilineal descendant of the priestly family of Aharon. How do you get the redemption of your firstborn son? How do you get the sparing of the life of your firstborn son? How do you get the ransoming of the life of your firstborn son? You got to pay the priest off. 5 silver shekels. The redemption is attained by paying 5 silver coins to a priest on behalf of one's firstborn son. On behalf of one's firstborn son. Another object of equivalent value may also be used. So, jury too. Pidyon Haban, which is the redeeming of the son, is a relatively rare ceremony. Family does not perform the ceremony if the firstborn is either a girl. You better not be saying this is what happened with Jephthah's daughter. The firstborn, look, a family does not perform the ceremony if their firstborn is either a girl or born by C-section, cesarean section, or preceded by miscarriage, although some early miscarriages do not count as miscarriage. Or if either grandfather is a Kohen, priest, or a Levite. In the Hebrew Bible, the laws concerning the redemption, hold on, we ain't playing no games. In the Hebrew Bible, the laws concerning the redemption of the firstborn male are referred in Exodus, Numbers, and Leviticus. You shall set apart for Yahweh every first issue of the womb. Every male firstborn that your cattle drop shall be Yahweh's. But every firstling ass, it is, every firstborn donkey, you shall redeem with a sheep. And if you want to spare the life of the donkey, your firstborn donkey, you must kill a sheep. You must sacrifice a sheep. If you do not redeem it, you don't spare the life. If you don't ransom the life of your firstborn donkey, you must break its neck. The firstborn sons are redeemed with shekels, silver, money, or something of the equivalent value. The firstborn born amongst donkeys are redeemed by the sacrifice of an innocent lamb. And if the lamb is not sacrificed in place for sparing the life of the donkey, then you got to break the neck of the donkey. Break his neck. Dang. Hold on. James, man, look at this. And you must redeem every male firstborn among your children. And you must redeem every male firstborn among your children. And when in time to come a child of yours asks, saying, what does this mean? You shall reply, it was a mighty hand that Yahweh brought us out from Egypt, the house of bondage. Pharaoh suddenly refused to let us go. Yahweh slew, killed every male firstborn in the land of Egypt, firstborn of both human and beast. Therefore, I sacrifice to Yahweh every first male issue of the womb. I redeem every male firstborn among my children. Good night, boy. Exodus 13, 12 through 15. The redemption price for firstborn non-Levites. The redemption price for firstborn sons who were non-Levitical was set at 5 shekels. Hold on. Go back over it again. What it say? The first male issue of the womb of every being, human or beast, that is offered to Yahweh shall be yours. And you shall have the male firstborn of human beings redeemed. And you shall also have the firstborn of impure animals redeemed. Take as their redemption price from the age of 1 month up the money equal of 5 shekels by the sanctuary weight, which is 20 gerahs. You got to pay the priest 5 shekels for your firstborn son. 5 shekels. Nobody making this up, man. Nobody. This is not nothing that's made up, or this is not nothing that's just, on the whim. You know what I mean? We ain't on her. We ain't getting answers. We ain't doing none of that. Right? The money equivalent of 5 shekels. Look at Numbers 18 again, 15 through 16. You know what I mean? This ain't hard at all. It's easy work. You just got to get out the way. Get out your own way. Just deal with it. All right? Break the neck of your firstborn donkey. If you don't want to kill an innocent lamb for his life, you got to break his neck. Because after all, the Lord killed the firstborn in Egypt from man to beast. So now you got to kill the firstborn. You know what I mean? Of your flock or of your donkey. You got to kill the firstborn donkey and break his neck if you don't want to kill a lamb just to save his life. You got to break the neck of the firstborn donkey of the born. The firstborn, the firstling of an ass. That's what it said. Ass is a donkey. Numbers 18, 15 through 16. The Arakim law set the redemption price of different, and that's dealing with like the Torah code or something like that. The Arakim law set the redemption price of different classes of people whose value was consecrated. The price for a male child under 5 years is similarly 5 shekels. The Torah described the tribe of Levi, which the priest belonged, as having inherited the role of divine servants, which previously belonged to the firstborns. I hereby take the Levites from among the Israelites in place of all the male firstborn. First issue of the womb among the Israelites. The Levites shall be mine. Every male firstborn is mine. At the time that I smote every male firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated every male firstborn in Israel, human and beast. Myself, mine, Yahweh's, or Yahweh's. Look at this. According to the traditional rabbinic interpretation, even before the Exodus, the priestly duties were reserved for the oldest son in each family. The priesthood was given specifically to the Kohanim, Aaron and his descendants, and at the same time, it was instituted that the firstborn should be redeemed. The replacement of firstborns with Levites occurred following the golden calf episode. During the episode, the Levites remained loyal to God. Really? I don't know. Aaron made that calf, didn't he? And Aaron a Levite? This right here is some more rites and ceremonies dealing with the redemption of the sons. The silver tray, the silver coins, and the glass for the wine. Yeah, you got to pay the priest off. Let's go on to some of the laws. The Shulchan Aruch, the code of Jewish law, states that when a Jewish woman gives a firstborn male by natural means, i.e. a boy born vaginally and not by C-section, then the child must be redeemed. The father of the child must redeem the child from a known priest. So the priest is the one holding your child captive. You better send that ransom, Jack. You better send that ransom. The priest got your child. Father of the child. The father of the child must redeem the child from a known Kohen priest, representing the original priesthood, for the sum of 5 silver shekels or equivalent in country's currency, if it has silver currency of the correct weight. Look at this. This redemption ceremony, this Pidyon Haban, this redemption ceremony is performed when at least 30 days. How are you saying this got anything to do with Jephthah's daughter? For one, the redemption ceremony is for sons. For two, it got to go down within the first month of the child's life. Jephthah's daughter is not a son, and Jephthah's daughter was way older than 30 days old. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. So this ain't that. The redemption ceremony is performed when at least 30 days have passed since the child's birth. If the 31st day falls on Shabbat or a festival, the redemption is delayed because any sort of business transaction is not allowed in those days, right? The elapsed days are counted from sunset to sunset. and the day of the birth counts as the first day. While the redemption could be performed immediately after dark on the 31st night, it is usually done the next day. If the 31st day is a fast day, it is done the previous night so that it can be accompanied by a festive meal. It is also possible to hold the ceremony on the 30th day itself. It will be impossible to perform it the next day so long as at least one synodic month passes since the moment of birth. If a firstborn son reaches bar mitzvah, meaning he reached the age of 13, bar mitzvah age, without having been redeemed, and then 12, 13 years went by, no type of redemption ceremony has happened, right? If a firstborn son reaches bar mitzvah age, 12, 13, without having been redeemed, he's responsible for arranging the mitzvah, the commandment himself, as soon as possible. Because why? You of age now. You of age now. So you gotta, you know what I mean? You gotta get your shekels together, you feel me? And make sure you go ahead and get that together and then pay the priest off. Because you ain't been redeemed properly yet. You ain't paid the priest off. Meaning your life ain't been spurred yet. You know what I mean? Ceremonially speaking. Good night, boy. What else we got? Exemptions. Who are exempt from this so-called redemption? Exemption. Wow, sure. Don't worry, we gonna get to all of them. Ain't nothing to be even tripping off of. Yeah, but it ain't nothing to walk these boys down. Nothing. There ain't nothing to walk these boys down. You feel me? What Jephthah got going on and what Abraham was willing to do is not the redemption of the firstborn, right? And it ain't got nothing to do with no temple body. Nothing. You know what I mean? It don't even make sense. I know. James Giant said the Bible's gonna sound like a horror movie, man. Look, slow down. Slow down, you'll see it all. You'll be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Good night. What is that? What the hell is that talking about? Let's get into some of these exemptions. Y'all, this is easy work. It's so easy. It's like, you know what I mean? For anybody that's trying to come against it, it's like you got too much to debunk. Redemption is required for the first to exit the womb, Exodus 13:2. So it is not performed if a daughter is born first. Y'all heard this? So you got to remove Jephthah's daughter out of your mouth when you're talking about the redemption of the firstborn. You shouldn't be quoting Exodus 13. None of that. It's got nothing to do with Jephthah's daughter. For one, the redemption goes down usually within the first 30 days. And two, it has to do with sons. It has to do with sons. It ain't got nothing to do with no daughter. So Jephthah would not have been setting the redemption price for his only and firstborn child, which is his daughter. See, look. Redemption of the firstborn, what Jephthah did to his daughter is not the redemption of the firstborn. He didn't have no rite and ceremony of the firstborn. Why, Malachi? Because the firstborn redemption only has to do with sons. And it's done when the child is, when the child is 30 days old. Now, there are examples when, he may have made it all the way up to bar mitzvah age. He still got to pay the priest off. You see? So, you can't, when you try to use Exodus 13 to prove that Jephthah sent his daughter to some temple to live for the rest of her life, it's off. Why is it off, Malachi? Why? It's off because the redemption of the firstborn only has to do with sons. Only has to do with sons, right? And usually that happens within the first 30 days of the child's life. So for one, Jephthah didn't have a son, he had a daughter, and two, she was way older than 30 days. If y'all understand that, drop a 6,000 in the chat, man. I want to make sure y'all understand. You know what I mean? I ain't just sitting here running, just running my mouth. Make sure y'all understand. Big, easy work. Easy work. 6,000. It's only hard when We get in the way. Jephthah's daughter cannot be used as a redemption of the firstborn child, because the redemption of the firstborn only has to do with sons, and it happens within the first 30 days of the child's life. So this removed Jephthah's daughter out of the equation dealing with redemption of the firstborn. Because that's what men want to go. They want to go to Exodus 13 to confuse Jephthah's vow of a burnt offering with the redemption of the firstborn. The redemption of the firstborn is only sons. The ceremony is called Pidyon Haban. Redemption of the son. Redemption of the son. If it was a daughter, it would be Pidyon Habat. Redemption of the daughter. But it ain't that. See? Ain't that. See, when we slow you down, all that fluff, all that tap dancing, all that mumble mouthing and tiptoeing through the tulips, go right out the window. The people see now. People see. You can't confuse Judges 11 with redemption of the firstborn. The hell did you post in Exodus 13 for? That's about the redemption of the firstborn. How the firstborn redeemed. That's about the redemption of the firstborn sons. How the firstborn redeemed, Malachi. You got to pay the priest off. 5 shekels of silver. Ain't got nothing to do with Jephthah's daughter. For one, the redemption of the firstborn is only talking about sons. And two, it usually happens within the first 30 days of them pulling oxygen through their nostrils. In both cases, it's not the case with Jephthah's daughter. Jephthah's daughter was not 30 days old. She was old enough to go hang with her friends on some mountains for 6 days. And on top of that, guess what? On top of that, she's not a whistleblower. On top of that, she is not a son. You feel me? 1 second. Mic check, y'all. You know the inmate was running the asylum. You know, I'm be having to get on these little jokers real quick. You know what I mean? But we working on it. We working. It looks like we understand what's really happening in this podcast. All right. Nah. Jephthah did not perform the redemption of the firstborn with his only child, which was his daughter. Why? Why did he not do that? Because the redemption of the firstborn only has to do with sons, right? And it's done within the first 30 days of the child's life, right? But how do you redeem the firstborn child or son? How do you redeem it? You got to pay off the priest 5 shekels of silver. Good night, boy. Good night. So this completely removes Jephthah's daughter out of the equation. You feel me? And the only reason we're talking about this is because men are in denial that he offered his daughter up as a burnt offering per his vow. That was his vow. Don't worry, but we're gonna walk you down because there was several examples given. You know what I mean? Like Mary, I think Daddy was like Mary Magdalene. Mary went and lived in the temple for the rest of her life. Bruh, look, you just saying whatever now. When we go bring up that proto-evangelion, or how you say it, proto-evangelion of James, or the Gospel of James, which has the infancy story of Mary. We go pull that up. It's going to show the vow of Mary's mama. And guess what? Mary being dedicated to a life of service of the Most High in the temple, right? But guess what? Eventually, Mary, the virgin, caught her period, or her flower. They had to put her out the temple, and they put her under the custody of Joseph. So she didn't spend the rest of her life in no temple. No, she didn't. She even goes on to get married and have children. So if you try to say Jephthah's daughter is what happened to Mary, well, wasn't no reason to bewail her virginity because eventually Mary got that thing hit and ended up having children. Regardless if you believe that Joseph is Yeshua's biological father or not, you can't deny Matthew 1:25, which says that Joseph didn't know her until after she brought forth. So Joseph had sex with Mary and ended up having children. When you get over to Matthew 13, verse 55, it's 5 sons and 2 daughters. It's 5 sons and 2 daughters between Joseph and Mary. Oh, we got a problem here. So if Mary's mama made a vow that if she had any child, male or female, that it is the Lord's, it's going to be devoted to you for life. And then she sent to the temple after she weaned to live up in that deal. But when she got to the tender age of 12, I think it is 12, the priest say, look, she about to come on her flower. She can't be up in the temple bleeding. You know what I mean? So we got to put her up under the custody of somebody that, you know what I mean, can be her husband. And that's what they did. They put up under the custody of Joseph. That don't mean she didn't have a dedicated life to the service of the Lord. It did, but what it do mean is what? That she didn't stay in the temple for the rest of her life. She ended up, guess what? She ended up getting married and having children. Ended up having children. So if Mary is devoted to the temple the way that Daniel and them saying Jephthah's daughter was devoted to the temple, there will be no reason to bewail her virginity. There will be no reason to bewail Jephthah's daughter's virginity. Why? Because Mary eventually got married and had children. Come on, man. Come on, man. You dig? Oh, Ooh-wee. Them 30-year-old expired breakdowns, boy, you've been found wanting. That's what's going on. You've been found wanting. Exemptions. Who are exempt from going through the redemption ceremony of the firstborn? Who's exempt? Redemption is required for the first to exit the womb, Exodus 13:2. Correct? Exodus 13:2, right? So it is not performed if a daughter is born first. So we can remove Jephthah off the table. Jephthah's daughter. We can even remove Mary off the table. Her parents, whatever they did with her, was not the redemption of the firstborn. It wasn't. The first redemption of the firstborn are sons. It happens within the first 30 days of life. So we can remove Mary and Jephthah's daughter. This ain't got nothing to do with the redemption of the firstborn with them. Huh? So it is not performed if a daughter is born first, if a woman gives birth to a second son vaginally, and the first son was born by a C-section. That child is not redeemed either. Also, a firstborn male does not require redemption if his birth was preceded by an earlier miscarriage by the mother that occurred after the 3rd month of pregnancy. So no paying off the priest if these situations are what they are. Priests don't get no money behind it. If his birth was preceded by an earlier miscarriage by the mother that occurred after the 3rd month of pregnancy. However, if the miscarriage occurred during the first 40 days of pregnancy, redemption is required. If the previous miscarriage occurred after 40 days, but before the fetus developed distinguishing characteristics, redemption of the firstborn is still required, but the blessing said by the father is committed. Watch this. The procedure does not apply when the father is a Kohen or Levite. It does not normally apply when the mother is the daughter of one. Or if the mother is the daughter of a Levite or father's Kohen or Levite, then you ain't gotta pay the priesthood off. Or if the baby mama or the mother or the wife is a daughter of a Kohen. The reason is that the Levites, as substitutes for the firstborn, are pledged to minister and to assist the other priests in divine service and cannot be redeemed from this service obligation. The firstborn son from a Levite's daughter is not redeemed. The firstborn son from a Levite's daughter is not redeemed, whether or not the father is Jewish. Similarly, the firstborn son of a Kohen's daughter, as long as the father is Jewish. Therefore, a ceremony in 1724, and then performing Pidyon Haban, or the redemption of the firstborn. Good. Show you what happens. Let's go into this. They ain't gonna put no type of lesson together like this, so you can understand what's really happening. Again, you got to pay the priest off. And this is for your firstborn son. Firstborn son. In the traditional ceremony, the father brings a child to the Kohen and recites a formula or responds to ritual questions indicating that this is the Israelite mother's firstborn son, and he has come to redeem him as commanded in the Torah. If the family is Sephardic, the Kohen or the priest asks the mother if the child is indeed her firstborn son, and if she did not miscarry in the past. The Kohen asks the father which he would rather have, the child or the 5 silver shekels. The priest asks the father which he would rather have, the child, you want your son, or the 5 silver shekels which he must pay. What is we even talking about here? You gotta pay the priest off. Look at this. Look at this. The father states that he prefers the child to the money. Then he recites a blessing and hands over 5 silver coins or an equivalent amount of total silver. The Kohen, the priest, holds the coins over the child and declares that the redemption price is received and accepted in place of the child. He then blesses the child. Note, it's his notes. No, the priest would not receive the child if the father would refuse to redeem the boy. The priest would not receive the child if the father would refuse to pay the priest off. The priest still don't receive the child. The Kohen would not receive the child if the father would refuse to redeem the boy. The function of the question is merely to formally endear the commandment of the father. Look at this. You learning today. They're sitting up here laughing at weird, dry ass jokes you learn. Look at it. The ceremony traditionally takes place before a minyan of 10 men. The child is sometimes presented on a silver tray. The child is sometimes presented on a silver tray surrounded by jewelry lent for the occasion by women in attendance. This is the contrast with the golden calf, when gold and jewelry was used for simple purpose. The event starts by beginning a festive meal, unlike a Brit Mila or wedding, where the meal comes after the ceremony. If the family is Sephardic, the event starts with the ceremony. Guests in some places are given cloves of garlic and cubes of sugar to take home. These strongly flavored foods can be used to flavor a large quantity of food, which will in some sense extend to the mitzvah commandment of participation in the ceremony, all who eat them. Here go some of these coins right here. These shekels. Shekels. They ain't using, silver quarters and nickels and dimes, right? They're using shekels. You say, what in the hell? I know, it sounds crazy, so yeah. Right here. This is a redemption of the son coin from Israel, 1974. In the collection of the Jewish Museum of Switzerland, such coins are offered in sets of 5 by who? The Bank of Israel. Yeah, dang. And y'all, there ain't no Israelites even doing this. They not doing this at all. They not doing this at all. But you live by it, right? What about the Pidyon Haban, the redemption of your firstborn sons? What writing ceremony are you doing? Nick Rose don't know. They just running their mouth. You know what I mean? Or Bishop X say, so if she had other children after Yeshua, why are they still calling Mary a virgin? Excellent question. Excellent question. You never bring up Yeshua's sister. He had 2 sisters and everything. 4 brothers, 2 sisters. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Somebody mad. Somebody mad. You know what I mean? But that happened when you come outside with your flank open. You know, you outside trying to make something say what it don't say. Contemporary religious authorities believe that the shekel ha-kadosh, holy shekel of the temple, was larger and of purer silver content than the standard shekel used for trade in ancient Israel. Halakha requires that the coins used have a requisite total amount of actual silver. There are varying opinions as to the correct amount of silver. They fall in between 96.15 grams and 102 grams. Coins which do not contain the requisite amount of silver do not result in a valid redemption. You gotta have the right type of coin, or guess what? You ain't been redeemed. Your life ain't being spared. You ain't being ransomed. The Israeli mint has minted 2 sets of coins for this purpose, an addition of 20.57 grams silver commemorative coins, 5 of which will come to 102 grams of silver, and a special edition of 26 grams silver commemorative coins, 5 of which will come to 130 grams of silver. Pre-1936 American silver dollars, commonly known as Morgan dollars or peace dollars, weighed 26.73 grams of 90% silver content and hence contained 24.06 grams of pure silver. Although such coins have become increasingly rare, modern U.S. coins contain no silver. See, so you can't redeem your son with no quarters and no nickels and no rusty dimes. It ain't working. Maybe the pre-1936 the silver dollars. You know what I mean? That was good. But what you got today in your change bank, no, that ain't keeping Torah. Look at this. 4 American silver eagle coins, especially many coins sold to collectors and investors, which contain 31.1035 grams of 99.9% pure silver, or 5 of the above mentioned specially minted silver coins of Israel, are commonly used for Pidyon Haban, the redemption of the son in the United States. One may use silver bullion as well. It is not necessary for it to be a coin per se. Look at this. Moreover, it is not mandatory to redeem the son in silver coins, and the ceremony can be held using any movable object worth the same value as 5 silver coins in the same day, other than promissory notes. So you can't, your promissory notes, Federal Reserve debt notes, those don't work either. You can't peel off the priest of Big Head Ben Franklin. It ain't gonna work. Yeah, you can't peel off the priest of blue $100 bill. It ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna work. Which is not acceptable for the ceremony. Later, halakhic authorities discuss whether paper money is included in promissory notes. According to the stringent approach, it is possible that modern coins, which are fiat money, y'all know this, emergency war money, fiat money, not valued according to their metal value, will be the same as paper money. Although the silver coins are the payment to the priest according to the 613 commandments and are one of the 24 priestly gifts, they are sometimes returned by the priest to the family as a gift for the child. So, okay, some of the priest, you pay him off under his discretion, he can get it right back to you. Although halakhic authorities stipulate that for the pidyon to be valid, the redemption to be valid, the choice of returning the coins as a gift rests entirely upon the priest, whereas pressuring the Kohen to do so will render redemption invalid. They got certificates too. Pidyon certificate, or redemption of the firstborn son certificate. Some Kohens or priests, it should say Kohanim. Some Kohanim or priests officiating for the Pidyon ceremony will present the father with a Pidyon Haben certificate, redemption of the son certificate. At a Pidyon transaction, the certificate will usually be framed for display, may serve as a receipt evidence that the transaction was done according to halakha, i.e., Kohen was not pressured to return the coins, with the priest and 2 witnesses redeemed, affixing their signatures at the time of the ceremony. Let's go over temple dedication. Vows. All right, so now that we know that Jephthah's daughter and that Jephthah's vow had nothing to do with the redeeming of the firstborn according to the Torah. If y'all see that Jephthah's vow that he vowed in Judges 11, to offer up whatever come out of his house as a burnt offering, has nothing to do with the Pidyon Haban, or the redemption of the firstborn. Why? Because it's always sons, and 2, it's done within the first 30 days of their life. So if you understand that what Jephthah vowed has nothing to do with the redemption of the firstborn, drop a 3,000 in the chat. If you feel it does, drop a 3. Drop a 3. Let's go into this right here. Let's go into the temple dedication vow, because this is the next thing everybody is saying. Okay, well, it wasn't a redemption of the firstborn because that was his own child, it was on his daughter, and then you start dropping Exodus 13, and you know what I mean, gotta be redeemed. But all they gotta do is sons. Little babies within 30 days, sons. And the redemption of them is you paying the priest off 5 shekels of silver. You know what I mean? That stuff easy, man. It ain't hard to understand what we saying. So the next excuse or the next jargon or lip fumbling that these cats is giving out and doing and spewing is saying, oh, okay, well, it may not have been a redemption of the firstborn, but it was a vow to dedicate her to the temple for life, just like Mary. Just like Mary Magdalene. That was it, Mary Magdalene at first, and then we talk about that. It don't qualify, Nehemiah. Nehemiah paying attention. It don't qualify at all. Don't qualify at all. After Yahweh, King Mikael, what's the word, man? 1, it's a daughter. 2, first 30 days. 3, you gotta pay the priest off. So Judges 11 ain't got nothing to do with the redemption of the firstborn, buddy. Try again. Nothing. Let's get into some examples about when parents decided to make a vow about their unborn child and dedicate them to the temple. Let's go into some of these examples. All right. We got one in the Bible dealing with Samuel, 1 Samuel. Before we get there, we're going to go over this Gospel of James, or the Proto-Evangeline of James. All right, and this right here is a lost book. It's basically an apocryphal New Testament book. It's in the lost books of the Bible. You know what I mean? And we're going to get some history on it, and we're going to see, okay, well, maybe, okay, they don't believe that Jephthah performed this vow with burnt offering. They believe that she was dedicated to the temple. But that vow he said was a vow of dedicating her to the temple for life. Just like Mary. Right? I think it's a game. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. Let's listen to the fluff. Let's listen to the fluff real quick. Then we'll come back. All right, this right here is the old assembly. I'm pretty sure they're doing something today, attempting to respond. But Dad, you too much of a tap dancer. Bruh, all we gotta do is slow you down like we're doing now. You feel me? And what you are saying, you feel me, makes 0 sense. It don't make any sense. None whatsoever. You ain't thoroughly putting nothing together to show the difference between the redemption of the firstborn in detail. You ain't putting nothing together to show, okay, temple dedication and vows. Okay, we're going to dedicate this child to the Lord for life. Right? You ain't doing that because you in denial about what Judges 11 is saying. All right, so let's listen to some of his excuses real quick. I ain't gonna let y'all listen to too much of it, man.
Her life. Y'all understand that this ain't hard. It's just Negroes that got you, don't know what the priesthood is, and they trying to attack the Bible and make you think individuals are not what they are. Look, and she old enough to where she can say, let me go hang out with my friends. Right. Do you let a child go do that? Go, well.
Oh, you just admitted she wasn't no child. Wasn't no child. She is his daughter, though. Go back some so y'all can hear this. And then we about to go read what happened with.
He get back, his daughter come out like they did for David. Right. With timbrels and harp. Daddy, you the victor, you the victor. It's a victory celebration. Right. You know how they just won the Super Bowl and they had the parade? This is in like manner. That's where they get all that from. So he's coming back for victory, but she don't know he done made that vow. Exactly. And he said, whatsoever, so it was more in his house besides her, or he.
Whatsoever cometh forth out of my house to meet me shall be the Lord's, and I will offer it up as a burnt offering. So, of course, it was more in that house than just her. What are you saying? That the butler, if the butler would have came out, he would have been a burnt offering, or he would have been dedicated to the temple? If his servant came out, like what is you saying? What is you saying? Had it not been his daughter, but some other man or woman, it'd have been cool to offer that man or woman up as a burnt offering. Or are you saying that they would have had to been dedicated to the Lord too for a life of service in the temple? Which one is it? Which one is it? Watch this.
He would have just said, I put this on my daughter. But he said, in my house. So he's a captain, he's a warrior. So he's handling his business well. The Lord is providing for him. Mm-hmm. There's multiple things could have been in that house. He said, whatsoever. Right. Now, we looked that up in the dictionary right now. If you get a chance, just look up whatsoever. And we're going to keep reading them. Go ahead. What else it say?
Verse 35.
Yeah.
And it came to pass, when he saw her, that he rent his clothes.
That he rent his clothes, because now he see what came out.
He rent his clothes. Why? Because he made a vow to dedicate his daughter to the Lord. He ripped his clothes for that. That's all you saying. If you're saying that she got to go spend the rest of her life in prison in the temple, you just saying he made a vow to dedicate his only daughter to the Lord. If that's the case, why would he rip his clothes? Why? That's a situation of mourning right there. Who mourn if you're dedicating your child to a lifetime service to the Lord? Who mourns for that? Come on, Elder, you got to catch up, man. This is sad.
What I was going to vow, I don't have 2 or 3 children. Right. Like most people could lose one.
He keep looking. Ariel, you finally look back. Boy, you smell. You caught all that smoke, boy. This whole video, he was looking you upside your head. And at the end of the class, you finally look back over it. Everybody else up there quiet as a church mouse. Daniel, boy, you was a professional tap dancer. I got to keep it real. I've never seen nobody tap dance like you. Ever. I've never seen nobody wing answers like you. Ever. I've never seen somebody just explain something and just read something into the text that ain't there. Never seen it before. You the best at that, boy. I give it to you.
And they got the other children at home, but one works in the temple. So he rent his clothes in the sense that, Lord have mercy, I done vowed past what I really wanted to. I wasn't thinking at this level. So you rent your garment. And what he did is you tear your best garment. How many of y'all dressed up? You at the Little Milton concert and you just rent your garment just because?
No, he just came back from war, boy. Blood all on him. Nigga, the smell of war and bloodshed is on this man. Hell, you mean like with your going out clothes on, your best clothes, and then look at Daniel's face, man. Boy, you still making them crazy faces, boy.
He's saying nothing you've been waiting to wear.
Look. Ariel, bro, get out of pupil status, man. He all upside your face, man. Like he looking for validation or something, but he all upside your head. I wonder if you boys gonna respond to this today or the last video I did. I'm pretty sure you will, but look, what I did was just took away everything. Look, your response, I'm already rebutting it. Because the only place you can go is try to confuse it with the redemption of the firstborn, or saying it's a vow made to go live in a temple some damn where for the rest of life, like she in prison for the rest of her life. The only place you can go is where I'm going right now, and I'm clearing it completely up to where the people already see, well, no, it can't be no redemption of the firstborn. That got to do with sons. Happens in the first 30 days, and you got to pay the priest 5 shekels of silver. That obviously ain't Jephthah's situation. So what's the next situation or excuse you're going to run to, Daniel Solomon? You and your minions and misfits. Your I wouldn't even call them your students, your parents. Where else you going to go now? Oh, man, she was sent to go live in the temple as a Catholic in prison for the rest of her life. Dedicated to the Lord. Watch this.
Y'all understand what I'm saying? Go ahead, bro.
I just ain't been a little more. And said,
yeah.
Alas, My daughter,
Uh-huh.
thou hast brought me very low.
Thou hast done what?
Brought me very low.
And what I mean is now I'm to a point that where I have to do what I let come out of my mouth.
Oh, did you just admit that? What came out the man's mouth? Whatever comes out my door to meet me when I return in peace from the children of Ammon shall surely be the Lord's, surely be Yahweh's, surely be Yahweh's, and I will offer it up as a burnt offering. So now he's like, I've been brought very low. Why? Because I got to perform this burnt. I made a vow to perform a burnt offering on whatever came out of my house to greet me first. Right? Daniel, you're admitting what the story says. Watch this.
Oh, man. And then when you rent your garment, you put on sackcloth. So you down in the dirt right now.
Yeah.
But I said I was going to do it. Go ahead.
And thou art one of them that trouble me.
Uh-huh.
For I have opened my mouth unto the Most High, and I cannot go back.
See, I have opened my mouth to the Most High, and I can't go back. So what does tell us about this man right here? Does he know the law?
Yeah.
Because we just read the verse, don't vow a vow if you can't keep it. Defer not to pay that which thou vow.
Right. His vow was to offer whatever come out of his house first to meet him as a burnt offering. Then the scriptures tell you if you vow it, you better pay it. Better you don't vow and don't have to pay than vow and don't pay. That's what the scripture tells you. Huh? But Jephthah's behavior is one of, dang, I made a vow about a burnt offering. I'm thinking animals. Why? Because that's what the burnt offerings have to do with Leviticus under this order of Aaron. Animal. He see daughter and say, whoa, he rip his clothes. He told the daughter, you trouble me and I've been brought very low. I open up my mouth to the Lord and I can't take it back. Well, he's saying he brought very low. He told the daughter, you trouble me, and he ripped his clothes. Is this the behavior of somebody who has made a vow to dedicate his daughter to the Lord? To go live in the temple? No, it's not. And guess what we're going to read to prove that? We're going to read the story of Samuel, whose mother made that vow. Right? Let's see if she act like Jephthah. Did she rip her clothes when it was time to go send Samuel to go live with Eli at the temple? Did she say, you brought me very low? Did she say, Samuel, you trouble me? Nah. All her prayers that was in mourning was before she even got pregnant. That's when she made her vow. She like, allow me to have a man child. I'll give him to you. Why Samuel's mama ain't act like Jephthah acting with his daughter? Because Samuel was devoted to the Lord, dedicated to the Lord for his whole life by his mama. She made a vow before she got pregnant. If you give me a man child, he's yours. She ain't act like when it was time to go, present him at the temple. She ain't tear her clothes and throw sackcloth on and say, look, son, you done brought me very low. And when we get into this Gospel of James dealing with Mary, Mary's mama Anna didn't do that. She didn't do that. So in both situations who actually devoted their unborn children to the service of the Lord for their whole life, right? People who actually did it didn't act like Jephthah did when he came back from killing all those Ammonites and saw his daughter. None of them act like this. Watch this.
Wow. What did he just say? I can't go back on my word. So is this a righteous man or this a wicked man about what he's saying? So he knew what the burnt offering is going to be and what it entailed. He just never thought it was going to be his daughter.
Oh. He knew what the burnt offerings are and what they entail, but he just never thought it would be his daughter. If y'all just heard this man say that, drop a 9,000 in the chat. You're double talking, huh? You talking with a forked tongue, what are you doing? What are you doing? You all but admitting all of it. Huh? But trying to argue over this way. This is what I mean. When we slow you down, boy, you sound like you don't know what the hell you talking about. You've been speedballing this funny ass doctrine past people for decades. You just been speedballing and making people laugh. But when we slow you down, boy, when we put the brakes on you, it's totally different. It don't say what you saying, and you know that. You know that. You know that. Wait till we get into this Gospel of James and we get into the story of Samuel. And y'all stick around because trip off this. I got a bombshell for y'all at the end of the class. Woo! I got a bombshell for y'all at the end of the class. Let's keep listening to what he's saying. But so far he double talking. So far he admitting, yeah, Jephthah made that vow. He admitting like, dang, I've been brought very low. You trouble me. He ripped his clothes. I put that vow out to the Lord and I can't take it back. Then he just said what? He know what a burnt offering is and what it entails. Huh? Ooh-wee. Slow you down, boy. Slow you down.
Alas, my daughter, thou hast brought me very low.
Thou hast done what?
Brought me very low.
And what I mean is now I'm to a point that where I have to do what I let come out of my mouth. Right. Oh man, and then when you rent your garment, you put on sackcloth. So you down in the dirt right now. Yeah. But I said I was going to do it. Go ahead.
And thou art one of them that trouble me. For I have opened my mouth unto the Most High, and I cannot go back.
See, I have opened my mouth to the Most High, and I can't go back. So what does tell us about this man right here? Does he know the law? Yeah. Because we just read the back, don't vow a vow if you can't keep. Right. Defer not to pay that which thou vow. What did he just say? I can't go back on my word. So is this a righteous man or this a wicked man about what he's saying? So he knew what the burnt offering is going to be and what it entailed. He just never thought it was going to be his daughter.
Right. There it is. He know what the burnt offerings are, what they entail. He just never thought it was going to be his daughter. He just never thought it was going to be his daughter. Wow. Let's go.
And if you think it had to be an animal there, then he lives in a barn.
Daniel, you don't know what was going on 2,000 plus years ago? Dealing with you don't know the history of your people. You don't know that we are all husbandmen and farmers and all that. And it's animals everywhere. We stayed on acres of land. What are you thinking? City dwelling? You thinking modern city dwelling? He lives in a barn. It's animals everywhere on this man's land. Come on, bro. Come on. And if it's not an animal, then that means he was willing to do what? He was willing to sacrifice a man, woman, boy, girl, whatever you want to call it. When he made that vow to offer whatever come out of his house as a burnt offering, I'm saying when he made the vow, he was thinking animal. Leviticus chapter 1. He was thinking animal. He wasn't thinking it was a human sacrifice. You did? Well, that means he lives in a barn. Genius. It's more animals on land than there's people in his house, more than likely. Yeah, look, you got acres of land. You need animals to what? Graze that land for you. The hell are you talking about? How the hell else you maintaining the grass on all these acres of land? For each acre, you got to have you some type of cow or bullock or something grazing that sucker. Come on, man. You know better. You know better. And the logic that you're coming up with. Come on now. Come on.
If he's worried about what comes out of his house, first degree. How the dog gonna get out? How anything gonna get out unless they look out and see it? Your dog see you coming, he leap off the porch and come to you, don't he? Unless you ain't been treating him right. Instead of kibbles and bits, you've been giving them leftovers. That chicken bone ain't got nothing left on you. Done bit it down to the marrow and you throw it to him. Here you go, Spike. Spike say, look like a dog just been already on that and he throw it down. Let's get some more.
Whatsoever, the definition of that is whatever.
Whatever,
That's real.
Oh, this was a righteous man that was willing to offer up whatever to the Lord. Come on, man. Look, y'all got to catch up. This shit is dry. It's slow.
And whatever comes out of my house. Let's finish reading this.
Verse 36.
Yeah.
And she said unto him, My father, if thou hast opened thy mouth unto the Most High, do to me according to that which hath proceeded out of thy mouth.
You hear how this daughter was trained up. She said, Daddy, you can't break your vow.
There you go.
If you said I was part of the vow, then do what you said, Daddy. You ain't got to be crying. This ain't gonna kill me.
This ain't gonna kill me. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. She about to be quartered off, offered up as a burnt offering. What do you? Where did you read? This ain't gonna kill me yet. Again, you just making this up as you go. You're making it up, and everybody head up there is down reading. Everybody's looking down.
Go ahead. What else to say?
For as much as the Most High hath taken vengeance for thee of thine enemies, even of the children of Ammon. And she said unto her father, let this thing be done for me.
Let this thing, what you vow, let it be done for me. And we're going to see, was it physical or do all of them? Because she knew the law then. Did you hear what she said? You got to keep your vow, Daddy. Exactly. She understands what position he to put on.
How important
it is. And she sure ain't thinking, and Daddy, let me go get, oil myself down with some gasoline.
Right.
I want it to be hot for what you said.
Yeah.
I'm going to put on these gasoline panties, you know.
Yeah, that lets you know he don't even know how burnt offerings are even prepared. He talking about gasoline. No, genius. They throw the fat that they cut after they drop that blade in that chest cavity and you pull down and then separate the rib cages apart. They cut the organs out, right? And then they cut the fat off the organs. That goes on the fire. Yeah, fat burns. That goes on the fire. So the joke about gasoline draws is irrelevant. They use the fat that was surrounding the organs within the anatomy of the body of the victim, aka the sacrifice. It ain't the burnt offering, the law of burnt offering got nothing to do with no gasoline. Here you go again saying things that are irrelevant and repugnant, boy. What the hell are you talking about? The law of burnt offering, Leviticus 1, ain't got nothing to do with no gasoline. They don't throw no gasoline on the fire or roast it as a sweet smelling savor to the deity. But he can say a little corny ass joke like that. Everybody start laughing. Gasoline draws. Rock. Bruh, this nigga don't know what he's talking about. There is no gasoline mentioned in Leviticus chapter 1. So how was that altar set on fire? Yeah, they cut the fat off the organs and throw it on the fire, boy. And then lay the chopped off head, the chopped off legs, and the washed off organs on the same altar. Throw the fat on the fire, draw a blood border, and set that sucker on fire. But the fact you bringing up gasoline means you don't know what the hell you talking about.
We're going to set this thing ablaze. Hot draw. No, it wasn't none of that. Go ahead, bro.
And she said unto her father, let this thing be done for me. Let me alone 2 months.
Let me alone 2 months. Go ahead.
That I may go up and down upon the mountains and bewail my virginity.
And do what?
And bewail my virginity. I and my fellow.
So what does this have to do? I need 2 months before I make this sacrifice. Or if they thinking you burn me up, I need to bewail my virginity. What does that have to do with a vow? What does that have to do with anything to waste?
She's going to bewail her virginity because she's about to be offered up as a burnt offering. She's going to die a virgin. She's going to die without a husband. She's going to die without ever having the pleasure of having children. That's why they're bewailing her virginity. You came into this life a virgin, pure. You will never know the pleasure of being a mother. You will never know the pleasure of being a wife. That's why. That's why. Right? You'll say, well, they'll bewail her virginity because Jephthah made a vow to dedicate her to the temple for a lifelong service to the Lord. Well, you said that happened with Mary too, so we're going to go read that. Right? Mary eventually got married and had children. There's no reason to bewail her virginity if she's been dedicated to the Lord, to go live in the temple. Mary lived in the temple according to that gospel with James we about to read. Why wasn't her virginity bewailed? Samuel was sent to go live in the temple. Samuel eventually got married and had sons. Come on, man. You got to be real with yourself. Even though they were dedicated lifelong to the Lord, none of them stayed at the temple for life. They eventually got married and had children. And continued their devotion. In both cases, there's no reason to bewail the virginity. There is for Jephthah's daughter, though, because she would never had a pleasure in any of that. Why? Because death. Death. She was offered, the vow was a burnt offering. That's how she was offered up.
She's answering. She said, give me 2 months to bewail my virginity.
That proves she wasn't no 30-day-year-old child.
Because what's happening to me, the burnt sacrifice is, I got to go in the temple. I'm going to be what the Catholics would call a nun. But
this man just said the burnt sacrifice is, I got to go live in the temple and what the Catholics call a nun. Y'all, for one, Christianity wasn't even thought of during this time. This ain't got nothing to do with no Catholics, no Catholics, no nuns, no altered boys. This ain't got nothing to do with none of that. And again, he just made up his own definition of a burnt offering. He just said the burnt offering is, I got to go live in the temple for life. What the Catholics call a nun. A nun. If y'all see that this man just made up his own definition for a burnt offering, y'all drop a 3,000 in the chat. A burnt offering is not you going to live in the temple for the rest of your life as a nun. No, it's not. That's nowhere in the Bible. That's nowhere. That's not even in the lost books niggas read. You making that up as you go out. You are. Like, you straight making this stuff up. You supposed to be the wise Daniel Solomon. Bro, this look bad. You feel me? Not just for you, everybody up there and everybody down there listening, thinking you right. You're wrong as 2 left shoes.
This is a spiritual Israelite woman, a handmaid, like Mary was to the temple, that I serve my life in the temple.
Did y'all hear him? This is a spiritual Israelite handmaiden like Mary was. I serve my life in the temple. That's what he just said. That's what he just said. He said the burnt offering is, I got to go live in the temple, what the Catholics call a nun. And then he just said, I got to spend my life in the temple like Mary. That's what he said. Well, the only place you could even be close to getting any of that type of understanding from is what's called the Proto-Evangelion of James, aka the Gospel of James. All right, what is the Gospel of James? Let's get into it. Some of y'all may have never even heard of this, but this is what he's talking about. Again, I know these men know him very well. Know him very well. You know what I mean? So I know this is where he's going. So let's get some understanding on what this is, and then we're going to get into Mary's mother's vow, because she was barren too. You see what I'm saying? Then we're going to get into Samuel's mother's vow. In both cases, these children, these unborn children, were dedicated to the Lord for life. Both were sent to go live in a temple or tabernacle. And start ministering there. I mean, doing works of service. All right. But neither one of them stayed there for the rest of their life. They both end up getting married and having children. Whether you're talking about Mary or Samuel. But he just said, like Mary was in the temple for life. Let's go into this Gospel of James. If y'all get some understanding, y'all drop some 4,000s in the chat, man. We over here to work. We over to work. Slow these boys down, man. What the hell wrong with these cats? Lip fumbling. Gospel of James. The Gospel of James, or the Proto-Evangelion of James, is a what? Is a 2nd century infancy gospel. Telling of the miraculous conception of the Virgin Mary, her upbringing and marriage to who? Joseph. The journey of the couple to Bethlehem, the birth of Jesus, and events immediately following. Notice what it says, it's a 2nd century gospel. So it's not written by James. You know, you're talking about men that lived in the 1st century or possibly before that. If this don't come out to 150 AD, then guess who it's not by? Guess who it's not by? It's not by whoever's name is on the document. Which means this is a pseudonym. The name that's on the document didn't write it. All right, let me go down. This Gospel of James, look at this. It's the earliest surviving assertion of the perpetual virginity of Mary. Wow, so this is a Catholic document that brothers love to go read and quote. This, what he just said, what the Catholics call a nun, what he's referring to about Mary going to live in the temple is a Catholic doctrine. The perpetual virginity of Mary. Meaning what? Meaning, well, what is the perpetual virginity of Mary, Malachi? Meaning her virginity, not just prior to the birth of Jesus, but during and afterwards. Meaning she was a virgin her whole life. And who was these children? Who was these sons and daughters in Matthew 13? Verse 55. Who is this? Who is the sons and the daughters in Matthew 13 if this woman was a virgin before she gave birth to Yeshua and afterwards? How does that happen? How does any of that happen? You got to learn to start making things make sense. Right? There's a doctrine called the perpetual virginity of Mary. How the hell did she give birth to somebody and then remains a virgin for the rest of her life? How? And when you read Matthew 13:55, you understand? When you read that, let me pull it up real quick for y'all. And you read that, it's a whole list of sons and daughters. You know what I mean? Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Show y'all so it is. This is easy work. It's so easy, it's almost frightening. It's almost frightening. Let me share this with y'all. What you game? What you think you playing? Watch this. Look at this. Share this. Matthew 13. They around here saying that she was a virgin forever. That's a Catholic doctrine. That's a Catholic document. Matthew 13:55. Is not this the carpenter's son? Speaking of Joseph. There's other scriptures that say opposite, but this is what this says. Objectively speaking. Is not this the carpenter's son? Speaking of Joseph. Is not his mother called Mary? Yes. And his brothers, James and Joseph, and Simon and Judah. So that means Yeshua got 1, 2, 3, got 4 brothers. And his sisters, are they not all with us? Whence then have this man all these things? When you get into the Nazarene gospel, he had 2 sisters too, Asia and Lydia. So it's a family. Between this union, it's 7 children, right? Regardless if you believe that Jesus was born through virgin or not, you can't knock the rest of these. The rest of these is born by a man and woman. James, Joseph, Simon, Judah, and his sisters. Are they not all with us? Whence then had this man all these things? So the whole perpetual virginity of Mary, you understand, is a Catholic dogma. And that's crazy because this book that Daniel was referring to that says she went and lived in the temple, you understand, is a Catholic book. It's a Catholic book. Why? Because it purports the perpetual virginity of Mary. You see? Let me show y'all that Joseph did eventually have sex with her. I mean, despite what you feel of how the Messiah was conceived, right? Matthew 1:24 and 25. Then Joseph, being raised from sleep, did as the angel of the Lord had bidden him, and took unto him his wife, and knew her not, didn't have sex with her, and knew her not, until she had brought forth her firstborn son, and he called his name Jesus, or Yeshua. Y'all see that? So Joseph eventually knew her. What you mean, no, Malachi? Sexual encounter. He knew her.
Strong's G 1097. Gnosko.
Sexual intercourse between man and woman. Sexual intercourse between man and woman. Sexual intercourse between man and woman. Joseph didn't have sex with her until the firstborn son was born, according to Matthew 1:25. So this document that you pushing actually purports the perpetual virginity of Mary, and it's a Catholic document. But nonetheless, we still gonna read it. You know, we'll still read it. Because we swim everywhere. We killer whales. We killer whales. We swim everywhere. Get this together for y'all. They mad, boy. This Gospel of James, or this Proto-Evangelion of James, it is the earliest surviving assertion of the perpetual virginity of Mary, meaning her virginity not just prior to the birth of Jesus, but during and afterwards. And despite being condemned by Pope Innocent I in 405 and classified as apocryphal by the Galatian decree around AD 500, became a widely influential source for Mariology, the study of Mary. Let's get into it. The perpetual virginity of Mary. The perpetual virginity of Mary is a Christian doctrine that Mary, the mother of Jesus, was a virgin before, during, and after the birth of Christ. In Western Christianity, the Catholic Church adheres to the doctrine, as do some Lutherans, Anglicans, Reformed, and other Protestants. In Eastern Christianity, the Oriental Orthodox churches and the Church of the East both adhere to this doctrine as part of their ongoing tradition, and Eastern Orthodox churches recognize Mary as I Parthenos, meaning ever virgin. It's one of the 4 Marian dogmas of the who? Catholic Church. Most modern nonconformist Protestants reject the doctrine. Let's read some more. Read some more. This is easy. This was so easy to put together. It was almost scary. Like, dang. You know what I mean? Look at Bishop X bags drop. Yes, sir. You were just asking about that, wasn't you? It's all that shit Catholic, man. And it's not even written by James the Just. It wasn't written to the 2nd century. Right? So not only is it pseudo, it's a pseudonym. The man's name on it didn't write it. And it's backdated. It's written as if it occurred, you understand, back early in the 1st century. But it didn't get written down to the mid 2nd century. And the name on it is false. That's a whole nother topic. We'll get into it. The existing written tradition of the perpetual virginity of Mary first appears in the late 2nd century text called the Proto-Evangelium of James. That's what we're about to read. The Second Council of Constantinople in 553 gave her the title Ai Parthenos, meaning perpetual virgin. But now you got the council. The Second Council of Constantinople in 553 gave Mary the title of Ai Parthenos. See? Look at this. Meaning perpetual virgin, and at the Lateran Synod of 649, Pope Martin I emphasized the threefold character of the perpetual virginity: before, during, and after the birth of Christ. Y'all, look at all these men coming up with these dogmas and doctrine. You know what I mean? Going back, y'all, millenniums, centuries. What is we arguing over? What are we arguing over? See this? The Lutheran small called articles 1537 and the Reformed Second Helvetic Confession codify the doctrine of perpetual virginity of Mary as well. Dang. That's crazy because the Catholics pray to Mary. Y'all see where it all started. The doctrine of Mary's perpetual virginity has been challenged on the basis that the New Testament explicitly affirms her virginity only until the birth of Jesus and mentions the brothers of Jesus, like I just showed y'all. The brothers of Jesus, who may have been 1, sons of Mary, the mother of Jesus and Joseph; 2, sons of Joseph by a former marriage; or 3, sons of the Mary named in Mark 15:40 as mother of James and Joseph, who has been identified as either the wife of Clopas and sister of Mary, the mother of Jesus, or a sister-in-law of Joseph. That shit sounds crazy. You know what I mean? Y'all, more than likely it's number 1, sons of Mary, the mother of Jesus and Joseph. The mother of Jesus and the wife of Joseph. The brothers of Jesus. He mentions his sisters too. Now, this right here, I actually had this book, Russian Icons. I actually had this. Look at this. Look at this. Daniel says, I'm about to burnt offerings, me having to go live in the temple for the rest of my life. Right? Now, this is here in the Russian Icons. It says the presentation of the Virgin in the temple. An event that only appears in the Gospel of James. Depicted on a Russian icon. Look, the only place where it says that Mary was raised in the temple and fed by angels and all that is in the Gospel of James, or the Proto-Evangelium of James that we gonna read. And they got a Russian icon over there. Y'all see that? Look at this. Get some more. The basic breakdown of the Proto-Evangelium of James, or the Gospel of James. The narrative is made up of 3 distinct sections with only slight ties to each other. Chapters 1 through 17, a biography of Mary dealing with her miraculous birth and holy infancy in childhood, her engagement to Joseph and virginal conception of Jesus, Chapters 18 through 20, the birth of Jesus, including proof that Mary continued to be a virgin even after the birth. What the hell does that mean? Chapters 22 to 24, the death of Zacharias, father of John the Baptist. Mary is presented as an extraordinary child destined for great things from the moment of her conception. Her parents, the wealthy Joachim and his wife Anna, are distressed that they have no children. And Joachim goes into the wilderness to pray, leaving Anna to lament her childless state. God hears Anna's prayer. Angels announce the coming child. And in the 7th month, dang, premature birth, huh? And in the 7th month of Anna's pregnancy, underlining the exceptional nature of Mary's future life, she is born. 28 weeks born, huh? Premature. Anna dedicates the child to God and vows, look at this, y'all, and vows that she shall be raised in the temple. Daniel said this is for life. Matter of fact, he's trying to say what happened to Mary, according to this document, is what happened to Jephthah's daughter. Jephthah didn't make a vow of dedication to the temple. He made a vow of burnt offering. Right? Look at this. Joachim and Anna named the child Mary, and when she is 3 years old, they send her to the temple. She's weaned now. Barely walking. She gets sent to the temple where she is fed each day by an angel. Right here. When Mary approaches her 12th year, the priest decided she can no longer stay in the temple. So Daniel, genius, no, Mary was not in the temple for the rest of her life. Right? And you saying that and trying to compare that to Jephthah's daughter, bruh, is horrible. You know better than that. You know better than that. Mary approached her 12th year. The priest decided she can no longer stay in the temple, lest her menstrual blood render it unclean. That's crazy because there's all types of bloodshed, especially out there in the courtyard. Where the altar of burnt offering is, man, there's so much blood on that Temple Mountain. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Y'all say she got to get up out of here because she got blood. What about all that damn blood out there on that altar of burnt offering? Look at this. And God finds a widower, Joseph, to act as her guardian. Joseph is depicted as an elderly and the father of grown sons. So Mary's 12, and the priest in the temple give her over into the custody of who? Joseph, an old ass man that got grown children. That don't make sense. Not based off what we just read in Matthew 13. That don't make a lick of sense. He has no desire for sexual relations with Mary. All right. Then we're going to get on down to the actual story itself. Okay. Source, newadvent.org/fathers. The Proto-Evangelion of James, because Wikipedia just gave you a brief synopsis, right? But I still wanted to go read in there so you can see for yourself what's being said. Okay? We ain't just going to leave it there. We got to make sure we understand what's being said here. So look at this. Look at this. Man, this stuff's so easy. It's crazy, man. The Proto-Evangelion of James, the birth of Mary, the Holy Mother of God. Dang. And various glorious mother of Jesus Christ. Now watch. I got her vow, her mama's vow in red. Let's read some of this. In the records of the 12 tribes of Israel with Jehoiakim, a man rich exceedingly, and he brought his offerings double. And he brought his offerings what? Double, saying, there shall be of my superabundance to all the people, and there shall be the offering for my forgiveness to the Lord for a propitiation for me. For the great day of the Lord was at hand, and the sons of Israel were bringing their offerings. And there stood over against him a Reuben, saying, it is not meet for you to bring your offerings, because you have not made seed in Israel. Like, what you doing bringing an offering? You ain't got no child. Look at this. And Jehoiakim was exceedingly grieved and went away to the registers of the 12 tribes of the people, saying, I shall see the registers, the records of the 12 tribes of Israel, as to whether I alone have not made seed in Israel. And he searched and found that all the righteous had raised up seed in Israel. And he called to mind the patriarch Abraham, that in the last day, God gave him a son, Isaac. And Jehoiakim was exceedingly grieved and did not come into the presence of his wife, but he retired to the desert and there pitched his tent and fasted 40 days and 40 nights, saying in himself, I will not go down either for food or for drink until the Lord my God shall look upon me, and prayer shall be my food and drink. So Mary's father, like, look, you know what I mean? I got to go fast for 40 days and 40 nights. I ain't eating nothing until the Lord answers me. Now look what his wife does. Remember, they're barren. They don't have children. All right. And his wife mourned in 2 mournings and lamented in 2 lamentations, saying, I shall bewail my what? Widowhood, not my virginity, genius. Bewail my widowhood. Huh? I shall bewail my childlessness. Huh? She like, look, he old. He mess around and die soon. I don't have children. I'm going to be a widow and I'm going to be childless. And Anna was grieved exceedingly and put off her garments of mourning and cleaned her head and put on her wedding garments. And about the 9th hour went down to the garden to walk. And she saw a laurel and sat under it and prayed to the Lord, saying, this is Mary's mother's prayer. Mind you, she's barren. She don't have any child at this moment. She's an old woman. Her husband is an old man who she think is on the verge of kicking the bucket because she talking about being a widow, bewailing her widowhood and childlessness. Now, what did she pray? What did she pray? And prayed to the Lord, saying, O God of our fathers, bless me and hear my prayer as you blessed the woman Sarah and gave her a son, Isaac. And behold, an angel of the Lord stood by, saying, Anna, Anna, the Lord has heard your prayer, and you shall conceive and shall bring forth, and your seed shall be spoken of in all the world. And Anna said, listen to her vow. And Anna said, as the Lord my God lives, if I beget either male or female, I will bring it as a gift to the Lord my God, and it shall minister to him in holy things all the days of its life. This is the vow. This is the vow. The vow is about dedicating your unborn child to the Lord. If you allow me to have this child, it's yours. I will bring it as a gift to the Lord my God, and it shall minister to him in holy things all the days of his life. So dedicated to the Lord, dedicated to the work of your God for the rest of your life, right? You want to say that she was sent to live in the temple for the rest of her life. No. All you got to do is keep reading the story. And on the following day, he, Mary's father, brought his offering, saying to himself, the Lord God has been rendered gracious to me. The plate on the priest's forehead will make it manifest to me, make it clear. And Jehoiakim brought his offerings and observed attentively the priest's plate when he went up to the altar of the Lord, and he saw no sin in himself. And Jehoiakim said, now I know that the Lord has been gracious unto me and has remitted all my sins. And he went down from the temple of the Lord justified and departed to his own house. And her months were fulfilled. And her months were fulfilled. And in the 9th month, Anna brought forth. And she said to the midwife, what have I brought forth? And she said, a girl. And said Anna, my soul has been magnified this day. And she laid her down. And the days having been fulfilled, Anna was purified and gave a breast to the child and called her name Mary. Now, the vow went out before she was born. She's finally born. All right. So this dedication to the Lord and to go live in the temple, y'all, happens before even birth. Jephthah's vow, his daughter was already alive. What are you talking about? This happened before birth, even with Samuel. Before he was ever conceived in his mother's womb, the vow had already went out. Like, I'm going to dedicate this child. You allow me to have this child, the child's yours for their entire life. Y'all see that? See, so you mean Jephthah made a vow? His daughter obviously was already born. hey, old enough to go play with her friends on the mountains and bewail her virginity. But as you see, the dedication for your child to the Lord happens before the child is even conceived. Before the child is even conceived in the womb. Right? That ain't what Jephthah did. His daughter was already alive. Huh? And trip up this way past the stage of weaning, 3 years old, meaning she ain't on her mama tit no more. Way past that age. Why are you comparing this story with Jephthah's daughter? When the vow her mama made went out before she was even conceived. How are you comparing it to Samuel? When the vow his mama Hannah made went out before he was ever conceived in her womb. When did Jephthah's vow go out? When his daughter was old enough to go away from him for 2 months. Huh? It's not nowhere near the same thing. And the man claiming that Mary went and lived in the temple for the rest of her life. And that's what Jephthah's daughter did. Basically locked up at the temple for life. That ain't true. That's not true. You're lying. Look at this. Look at this. And her months were added to the child. The child was 2 years old. And Joachim said, let us take her up to the temple of the Lord, that we may pay the vow that we have vowed. What vow was that? What vow was that, Malachi? Malachi, verse 4. Anna said, as the Lord my God lives, if I beget either male or female, I will bring it as a gift to the Lord my God. I mean, bring it to the temple, and it shall minister, serve him in holy things all the days of its life. He's saying this happened with Jephthah's daughter, right? But we see the vow go out before Mary's even conceived in the womb. Nah, they not like us. You playing around with that. You playing around with that, right? So notice Mary's father, Jehoiakim, tell his wife, hey, let us take her up to the temple of the Lord, that we may pay the vow that we have vowed. Huh? What's the vow? If I beget either male or female, I will bring it as a gift to the Lord my God, and it shall minister to him in holy things all the day of his life. Jehoiakim, let us take her up to the temple of the Lord, that we may pay the vow that we have vowed. Right? Like that's basically what you saying Jephthah saying. Hey, he told his wife, hey, let's take Selah up to the Salimon, whatever her name is, up to the temple of the Lord, that we may pay the vow that we have vowed. Nah, that ain't what that is. Lest perchance the Lord send to us and our offering be not received. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. And the child was 3 years old. And Jehoiakim said, invite the daughters of the Hebrews that are undefiled. Let them take each a lamp, and let them stand with the lamps burning, that the child may not turn back, and her heart be captivated from the temple of the Lord. And they did so until they went up into the temple of the Lord. And the priest received her, and kissed her, and blessed her, saying, the Lord has magnified your name in all generations. And you, on the last of the days, the Lord will manifest his redemption to the sons of Israel. He set her down upon the third step of the altar, and the Lord God sent grace upon her, and she danced with her feet. And all the house of Israel loved her. Look at this right here. Yeah, right here. Show you she wasn't in the temple her whole life, like some mumble mouth misfits are claiming. And her parents went down marveling and praising the Lord God, because the child had not turned back. And Mary was in the temple. Look at this. And Mary was in the temple of the Lord, as if she were a dove that dwelt there. And she received food from the hand of an angel. And when she was 12 years old, hold on, so 9 years then went by. Was she in the temple for her whole life? Look at this. And when she was 12 years old, And when she was 12 years old, the Lord God, because the child had not turned back, there was held a council of priests saying, behold, Mary has reached the age of 12 years in the temple of the Lord. What then shall we do with her, lest perchance she defile the sanctuary? And they said to the high priest, you stand by the altar of the Lord, go in and pray concerning her. And whatever the Lord shall manifest unto you, that also will we do. The high priest went in, taking the robe with the 12 bells into the Holy of Holies, and he prayed concerning her. And behold, the angel of the Lord stood by him, saying unto him, Zacharias, go out and assemble the widowers of the people. Go assemble the men who have lost wives, and let them bring each his rod, and to whomever the Lord shall show a sign, his wife shall he be. And the heralds went out through all the circuit of Judea, and the trumpet of the Lord sounded, and all ran. And Joseph, look at this. Look at this. Gang, what you think we playing? Look at this. And Joseph, and Joseph, throwing away his axe, went out to meet them. And when they had assembled, they went away to the high priest, taking with them their rods. And he, taking the rods of all them, entered into the temple and prayed. And having ended his prayer, he took the rods and came out and gave them to them, but there was no sign in them. And Joseph took his rod last, and behold, a dove came out of the rod and flew upon Joseph's head. And the priest said to Joseph, you have been chosen by lot to take into your keeping the virgin of the Lord. But Joseph refused, saying, I have children, and I am an old man. Dang, old, according to this. And Mary's 12. It's all over but the shout. And she is a young girl. I am afraid lest I become a laughing stock to the sons of Israel. And the priest said to Joseph, fear the Lord your God, and remember what the Lord did to Dathan, Abiram, and Korah, how the earth opened up and they were swallowed up on account of their contradiction. And now fear, O Joseph, lest the same thing has happened in your house. And Joseph was afraid. He like, damn, I don't want the earth to swallow me and my peoples. And Joseph was afraid and took her into his keeping. And Joseph said to Mary, behold, I have received you from the temple of the Lord. And now I leave you in my house. And now I leave you in my house. And now I leave you in my house and go away to build my buildings. I shall come to you. The Lord will protect you. So no, Mary did not live the rest of her life in the temple. That's false. That's a lie. Yeah, her life was dedicated to a lifetime of devotion to the Lord. But she did not go live in no temple for the rest of her life. You know what I mean? Because her father made a foolish burnt offering vow. You understand? And if anybody would have been bewailing of virginity, it would have been her. But she goes off to get married and eventually have children. So it don't make sense that you're trying to use the gospel of James or the Proevangelium of James and talking about the infancy story of Mary and how she was devoted and sent to the temple. But you said for life. That's not true. Eventually, because she's coming into the age of having her period, she get put out the temple and given to Joseph, put up under his custody. See, the vow goes out. If you're saying you're dedicating this child that I might have, if I have a child, I'm going to dedicate it to you for life. Right? All right, but look, the vow go out before the child is even conceived. How is this the vow that Jephthah made about his living adolescent daughter? How? Cats don't know what y'all talking about. Let's go to the Bible. 1 Samuel 1. All right, and we're going to read a couple of these. And we're going to read Samuel's mama's vow. Okay? Now, there was a certain 1 Samuel chapter 1. We're going to skip around. It says, now there was a certain man of Ramoth-Aim Zophim of Mount Ephraim, and his name was Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Elihu, the son of Tohu, the son of Zuph, an Ephrathite. And he had 2 wives. The name of one was Hannah, and the name of the other was Peninnah. And Peninnah had children, but Hannah had no children. So Hannah rose up after they had eaten in Shiloh, and after they had drunk. Now Eli the priest sat upon a seat by a post of the temple of the Lord, and she was in bitterness of soul, and prayed unto the Lord and wept sore. Now remind you, she don't got no children. The weeping she's doing, you can't compare that to Jephthah tearing his clothes because he already got a daughter. She's weeping like Mary's mother and father were weeping because they didn't have children. How are you going to compare this morning to Jephthah coming back from war, seeing his adolescent daughter ripping his clothes, saying, daughter, you trouble me and have brought me very low? How, when the mourning that these women are doing is because they don't even have one child yet. Huh? How are you making this make sense? How are you making this make sense? It don't make a lick of sense. It don't make a lick of sense. So Hannah rose up after they had eaten in Shiloh, and after they had drunk. Now Eli the priest sat upon a seat by a post of the temple of the Lord, and she was in bitterness of soul and prayed unto the Lord and wept sore. Look what she said. See her vow? What is vow? And she vowed a vow and said, O Lord of hosts, if thou will indeed look on the affliction of your handmaid, and remember me, and not forget thine handmaid, but will give unto thy handmaid a what? A man child, that I will give him unto the Lord all the days of his life. Basically the same thing Mary's mother, Anna, said to the Lord in her vow. Hannah, you know what I mean, Samuel's mama, this is her vow. Then I will give him unto the Lord all the days of his life, and there shall no razor come upon his head. So this is a Nazarite vow, right? And remember, the vows go out before the child is even conceived. So this can't be Jephthah's situation because his adolescent daughter had already been conceived. So this wasn't a vow. He didn't make a vow to dedicate her or devote her to a lifelong service of God. No, because these vows go out while these women are barren. All right, stop it. Stop it. That ain't what that is. And they rose up in the morning early and worshiped before the Lord, right? And returned and came to their house to Ramah. And Elkanah knew Hannah's wife, and the Lord remembered her. Wherefore it came to pass when the time was come about, after Hannah had conceived, that she bare a son and called his name who? Samuel, saying, because I have asked him of the Lord. And the man Elkanah and all his house went up to offer unto the Lord the yearly sacrifice and his vow. But Hannah went not up, for she said unto her husband, I will not go up until the child be weaned. So we talking 3 years, just like with Mary. 3 years they sent her to the temple. Because the vow was made when? Before she was ever conceived. Hannah's vow was made before Samuel was ever conceived. Jephthah's vow was made while his daughter was an adolescent, already here and born. It's not the same thing, man. This is not you dedicating your child to a lifelong service to the Lord in the temple. That's not true. That's not true. Niggas making that up. The burnt offering is you got to go live in the temple like a nun, like the Catholics do. That's what he said. Look at this. And then I will bring him. She say, I will not go up until the child be weaned, right? Meaning he don't need his mother's milk anymore. Then I will bring him, that he may appear before the Lord and there abide forever. And when she had weaned him, she took him up with her. With what? With 3 bullocks, 1 ephah of flour, and a bottle of wine, and brought him unto the house of the Lord in Shiloh. And the child was young. And they slew a bullock and brought the child to Eli. And she said, O my Lord, as thy soul liveth, my Lord, I am the woman that stood by thee here praying unto the Lord. For this child I prayed, And the Lord hath given me my petition, which I asked of him. Therefore also I have lent him to the Lord. As long as he liveth, he shall be lent to the Lord and worship the Lord there. Dang, what's really going on, man? What's really going on around these parts, man? There's some tones on, but tell you, I think y'all see what's going on. I shouldn't even have to keep going, but you know we're gonna keep going. My man. Think about it, y'all. The vows to dedicate your child to the temple or lifelong service of devotion to the Lord, that happens before conception. It happens before conception. Now we already showed that Mary was sent to Joseph, you feel me, and put up under his custody. She was sent out the temple to go live with Joseph, right? Now, some of y'all may think, well, Samuel stayed in the temple, the tabernacle in Shiloh. He's with the Eli and his sons for the rest of his life. Well, let's see if that's what happened. 1 Samuel 7:15-17, because Daniel Solomon is saying that the woman went and lived for life in the temple. Mary, he threw out Mary Magdalene at one point, which is false. You know what I mean? These, whether it's Mary or whether it's Samuel, both were dedicated before conception. Both were weaned and at 3 years old sent to go live in a temple, and both didn't stay in the temple for life. Look what Samuel was doing. 1 Samuel 7:15-17. And Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life. And he went from year to year in circuit. I mean, he had a straight circuit he was going in. What is a circuit? Something that's around, right? I mean, you start here and you end right back where you started. Okay? All the days of life. He went from year to year in circuit. Bethel, Gilgal, and Mitzvah, and judged Israel in all those places. And his return was to Ramah. That's where he started in. There was his house. And there he judged Israel, and there he built an altar unto the Lord. Notice both Mary and Samuel. Look at this. Notice both Mary and Samuel were dedicated to a life of service to the Lord, or Yahweh. But neither one of them were in the temple for the rest of their lives. As a matter of fact, they both went on to get married and have children. No need to be well a dedicated child's virginity. The dedication vow means you're devoted for life. It is not a life sentence of being locked up in the temple. Sit your monkey ass down somewhere. So if y'all notice that both Mary and Samuel were dedicated to life of service to the Lord before conception, but neither of them stayed in the temple for the rest of their lives. And if you understand that they both went on to get married, they both went on to have children, you know what I mean? And you understand that be well in a child's virginity is not you making a dedication vow or devoting them for life as if it's a life sentence. Y'all understand that? Huh? Man, drop a 9,000 in this chat, man. We cooked it today. So we know that Jephthah's daughter was not a redemption of the firstborn. Why? The firstborn is always sons and happens in the first 30 days of life, and it's 5 shekels of silver. That's how you redeem your firstborn. Jephthah has a daughter. She's way past 30 days of age. You understand? And of course, there ain't been no paying off of no priest. Okay, we go past there. We get to the temple dedication, the vows that were made between Mary's mother and Samuel's mother. They both were barren. They both made vows to dedicate the child. If they have a child, that child will be dedicated to the Lord for life. They both go stay in the temple, right? But they don't stay there for life. They both end up getting married and having children. Samuel had sons, and Mary had sons and daughters. So if Jephthah's daughter was sent to the temple because Jephthah made a vow of dedication or dedicating his child for life to the Lord, There's no need to bewail her virginity. Mary was a virgin. They didn't bewail her virginity. She eventually had sex, got married, had children. There's no only reason to bewail her virginity if what happened to Mary happened to her. But it can't be that because, again, the vow goes out before conception. And after they're weaned at the ages of 3, they are sent to the temple. But they don't stay there for life. They just dedicate it. You know what I mean? They dedicated a lifelong devotion to the Lord. You see? So how are you trying to make Jephthah's daughter this situation? You can't make it that. It don't make sense. How are you making Jephthah's daughter the redemption of the firstborn? You can't. It don't make sense. The redemption of the firstborn is always sons. 30 days, 5 shekels of silver that you got to pay for the redemption price of your firstborn son. Well, then how the hell is this a vow or a temple dedication to devote your child for life? How is that what Jephthah did when both situations, Samuel's mama and Mary's mama, made the vow before the child was conceived in the womb? How? And by the time they're weaned, they're presented at the temple. They both stay there for a little time. And eventually they both leave, get married, have children. So why wasn't Mary's virginity bewailed? If that's what happened to Jephthah's daughter. It don't make sense. You know what I mean? Let me look at the chat real quick. This is easy work, man. I don't know what everybody's talking about. You know what I mean? That's right. All praise to the great spirit, not in the image or shape of a man. Easy work. Let's get into the burnt offering vows. We right back in Bible. Jephthah's tragic vow. Jephthah's tragic vow. Negroes checking about this live, boy. Negroes checking about this live, boy. Shout out to Selah Shalom. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. Selah say, man, that's clear. Easy work, big dog. And to your needs, you are in our prayers, Ima. You are in our prayers. You know what I mean? You and your entire family. Condolences, you know what I'm saying? May the spirit of comfort from the great spirit, the creator, permeate every square inch of y'all bodies, from the crown of your head to the soles of your feet, Ima. Real spirit. You know the system and order of the spirit world. So you already know what it is when it comes down to relinking or linking back up with family members that have passed on before us. You know what it is, you know what I mean? So condolences and comfort, love, light, healing, and all that good stuff in between, you know what I mean? And may your grandson fly high, you know what I mean? May his father and mother be comforted, all that stuff, you know what I mean? Love, light, and balance. Now watch this. Now let's get into Jephthah's vow. Walk these boys down. Easy work. Judges 11:29-32. Then the spirit of the Lord. Remember that. This is Yahweh's spirit. The spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah. He passed over Gilead and Manasseh. He passed over Mizpah, Gilead. And from Mizpah, Gilead, he passed over into the children of Ammon. So make no mistake about it. Yahweh's spirit has put a battery in the back of Jephthah. This whole deal was inspired by the Lord's Spirit. You know what I mean? It all was inspired by the Lord's Spirit. You cannot knock that. You can't act like that's not there. Yahweh's Spirit is what came upon Jephthah. Now look at this. Look at this. And Jephthah vowed a vow unto the Lord. Good night. Jephthah vowed a vow unto the Lord and said, if you shall without fail deliver the children of Ammon into my hands, and it shall be that whatsoever comes forth of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be Yahweh's, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering. This is not the same vow that Samuel's mother made when she was barren, and this is not the same vow that Mary's mother made when she was barren. right? If y'all see that, if y'all see Jephthah's vow is different from Mary's mother and Samuel's mother's vow. Y'all see that's a difference. You know what I mean? Y'all drop a 1,000. Let me see if y'all paying attention. We've read their vows. We read Anna's vow, which is Mary's mother. We read Hannah's vow, which is Samuel's mother. Now we read Jephthah's vow. Jephthah's vow is about a burnt offering. It is not about dedicating this child to a lifelong service and devotion to the Lord. That's not what this is. This is something totally different. Okay? And on the real, one of them lawful animals skipped across his plate, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Then it shall be that whatsoever cometh forth of the doors of my house to meet me when I return in peace from the children of Ammon shall surely be the Lord's. And I will offer it up for a burnt offering. That's his vow. Ain't no sense in acting like it ain't. That's what it is. So Jephthah passed over to the children of Ammon to fight against them, and the Lord is with him. The Lord's spirit is with him, and the Lord Yahweh delivered them into his hands. And Jephthah came to Mitzpah to his house, and behold, his daughter came out to meet him. Oh wee, with timbrels, with dances. She was his what? Only child. This is where they're gonna go right here. I heard he had neither son nor daughter. So Jephthah's vow goes out after he already got an adolescent daughter. But it ain't about temple devotion. It ain't about lifelong dedication to the Lord. That ain't what that is. It's a burnt offering vow. Yeah, she is only child. He ain't got son nor daughter. But we all know this is not a vow of redemption of the firstborn. We know this ain't that. And we know this is not a vow that goes out before conception to dedicate the child to the Lord for a lifelong service and devotion. You know it ain't that either. Why? She already here. She already born. And it came to pass, and he saw her that he rent his clothes and said, alas, my daughter, thou hast brought me very low, and thou art one of them that trouble me. For I have opened my mouth unto Yahweh, and I cannot go back. So his response when he sees his daughter, right now, the other side is saying his vow was about temple dedication or redemption of the firstborn. That's their argument, right? We just utterly disproved all of it. That's not true. That's not true at all. All right? But if it was the case, when it was time to send Samuel to the temple, and when it was time to send Mary to the temple, why didn't either of their parents act like this? And when he saw her that he rent his clothes and said, alas, my daughter, thou hast brought me very low, and thou art one of them that troubled me. I have opened my mouth unto Yahweh, and I cannot go back. Look at this. And she said unto him, my father, if thou hast opened thy mouth to the Lord, do to me according to that which hath proceeded out of your mouth. For as much as the Lord hath taken vengeance for thee of your enemies, even the children of Ammon. Dang, she say, whatever you said you're going to do it, because the Lord killed your enemies. Boy, and she said unto her father, let this thing be done for me. Let me alone for 2 months, 60 days, that I may go up and down upon the mountains and bewail my virginity, I and my fellows. He said, go. He sent her away for 2 months, and she went with her companions and bewailed her virginity upon the mountains. Well, Mary's the virgin. Why wasn't her virginity bewailed? Does lifelong devotion or service in the temple of God require a bewailing of virginity? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. If anybody's virginity would have been bewailed, it would have been Mary, the mother of Jesus. Then. But eventually, She gets sent out of the temple to go live with Joseph. Eventually, she gets married and have children. Same with Samuel. Eventually, he leaves the temple in Shiloh, right? Lives in Ramah, where his pops and them from. End up getting married and having children. Samuel had sons. When he was getting it cracking in the temple. He was engaging in loin warfare in the temple. He was clapping cheeks in the temple. Come on, bro. Like, think about what you're saying. Think about what you're saying. And it came to pass at the end of 2 months that she returned to her father, who did with her according to his vow, which he had vowed. What vow is that, y'all? What vow is that? Verse 30 and 31. And Jephthah vowed a vow to the Lord. I said, if thou shalt without fail deliver Ammon into my hand, then it shall be that whatsoever cometh forth by the doors of my house of meeting when I return in peace, and the children of Ammon shall surely be your house. I will offer it up for a burnt offering. Ooh, wait for it. And it came to pass at the end of 2 months that she returned to her father, who did with her according to his vow, which he had vowed. It was the burnt offering. So let's get to what the burnt offering is. Walk you down with this. Walk you down with this. Surgical with it. Surgical with it. We almost out of here too. We almost out of here, man. The law of burnt offerings. If it's offering, Leviticus 1. If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a meal without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle, of the congregation before the Lord. He shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering. It should be accepted for him to make atonement for him. Now, this is Jephthah made a burnt offering vow. He was thinking animal, all right? But he made a vow and can't take it back. This is what he had to do to his daughter, y'all. Look at this. And he shall kill, Jephthah shall kill his daughter before Yahweh. And the priest, because there are priests around, and the priest, Aaron's son, shall bring the blood of Jephthah's daughter and sprinkle her blood round about upon the altar by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he, Jephthah, shall flay, skin the burnt offering, skin his daughter, and cut her into pieces. This is what he had to do when he offered up his daughter as a burnt offering. This is what Abraham was willing to do, Isaac, until he was stopped. This is how you offer up a burnt offering. This is why he said, daughter, you trouble me. I've been brought very low. I've opened up my mouth to the Lord and I can't take it back. And then she comes back to him after 2 months and he performed his vow. The vow was a burnt offering. Let's go read the burnt offering. Look at this. So being this is what he had to do, let's go ahead and plug and play. And Jephthah shall skin his daughter and cut her into pieces. And the sons of Aaron, the priest, shall put fire upon the altar. And look, without gasoline, Daniel Solomon. That was corny. And the sons of Aaron, the priest, shall put fire upon the altar and lay the wood in order upon the fire. And the priest, Aaron's son, shall lay Jephthah's daughter's body parts. The head. I mean, Jephthah had to chop her damn head off. A burnt offering is quartered off. It's a dismembered corpse. Aaron's son shall lay the body parts of Jephthah's daughter, her head, and the fat off her organs in order upon the wood. There's on the fire which is upon the altar. The man had to chop his daughter's head off. And in order to get the fat, that means he had to cut her organs out and cut the fat off the organs. And if it didn't happen to her, it would have had to happen to an animal. Same exact process. Look at this. But her inwards and her legs shall Jephthah wash in water. Her organs and legs get washed in water. And the priest shall burn all on the altar. And the priest shall burn all of Jephthah's dismembered daughter on the altar to be a burnt sacrifice. An offering made by fire, sweet Savior unto the Lord. Look at this. And he, Jephthah, look at this. Think this is a game? Look at this. And he shall cut his daughter into pieces with her head and her fat. The priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. But he, Jephthah, shall wash his daughter's inwards or organs and her legs with water. And the priest shall bring it all, her entire dismembered body, and burn it upon the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, a sweet savor. Lord. Look at that offering of Isaac. Look at this. Release. And it came to pass after these things that Genesis 22. And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham. And said unto Abraham, and he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, my only son Isaac, whom you love, and go into the land of Moriah. Offer him therefore a burnt offering. Notice what it said, Take now thy son, your only son. Let's count how many times it says your only son Isaac in there. That's once. Whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him therefore what? A burnt offering. Abraham was willing to do this. He was willing to, what we just read in Leviticus 1, Abraham was willing to press play on it. He was willing to press play on it. What are you talking about? Jephthah made the vow and he pressed play on it. Offer him therefore a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell you of. Abraham rose up early in the morning, saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him. Isaac his son, and clay the wood for the burnt offering, rose up and went into the place of which God had told him. Look at this. Look at this. They came to the place which God had told him, and Abraham built an altar there and laid the wood. This altar is an altar of burnt offering, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. See, Abraham was willing to do what Jephthah did. And he was tempted by his God to do this. Well, if God don't accept human sacrifice, then you're saying that God tempted Abraham with sin. And Abraham was willing to do that sin to prove his devotion. It don't even make sense when you look at it like that. Why would the Creator tempt you to do evil? Most of you say he wants to accept human sacrifice, but I tell you Jesus is the perfect sacrifice. Well, Jesus was a man, so God does accept human sacrifice. He does. Jephthah's daughter was quartered off and offered up as a burnt offering. Abraham was about to send Isaac to the upper room. Look at that. He was going to burn this. He was about to quarter this boy off and burn him. Does biblical God accept human sacrifice? If you say no, then that means he just tempted Abraham with sin. And Abraham was willing to press play on that sin to what? Prove his devotion. So now God is tempted with sin. Well, that goes against James 1:13. Let no man say when he is tempted of God. For God cannot be tempted with evil, neither does he tempt any man. Well, if human sacrifice is evil, that means he just tempted Abraham with sin. Look at this. When it came to the place which God had told him of, Abraham built the altar there, which is an altar of burnt offering. and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand and took the knife to slay his son, about to cut him down. And the angel of the Lord, angel Yahweh, called unto him out of heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, here am I. And he said, lay not your hand upon the lad. So he ain't a little boy. You read Josh, he a grown man. Right? Lay not, and he said, lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that you fear God. What you mean, now I know? This is an angel of the Lord talking to him. Now the angel knows that you fear God. Shouldn't your Lord already know where you at? I thought the Most High, the Creator, all know. Knows all. What you mean, now I know? Huh? Neither do thou anything to him, for now I know that you fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld your son, your only son, from me. That's twice. Isaac is called the only son of Abraham twice so far in Genesis 22, verse 13. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in the thicket by his horns. Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering in the place of his son. So Abraham quartered off this ram, chopped his damn head off, chopped his legs off, dropped that blade in his chest cavity, yanked down, separated rib cages, got the cutting out organs, cutting off fat. What he did to the ram is what he was about to do to Isaac. But the angel of the Lord stopped him. Abraham was about to lay Isaac down, chop his damn head off. We just read the law on the burnt offering. Chop his head off, legs off, open up his chest cavity, cut all them organs out, cut the fat off, throw that on the fire. And what Abraham offered up, what Abraham did to the ram, he was about to do to Isaac, his son. Look what it says. And he offered him up for a burnt offering. He offered him up for a burnt offering in the place of his son. And said, by myself have I sworn, saith the Lord. By myself have I sworn, saith Yahweh. For because you have done this thing, and has not withheld thy son, thine only son. That's 3 times in the book of Genesis, the 22nd chapter. Isaac is called the only son of Abraham. I hope you're sticking around to the end. We all know that. What does that mean? Why does he keep saying your only son? Look at it. Look at this. We're going to make it make sense for you. Notice in place of Isaac was a ram caught in the thickets. If Abraham was willing to do to Isaac, he performed the law burnt offering with the ram. Also, why is Isaac referred to as Abraham's only son 3 times in the passage? If Ishmael was Abraham's firstborn, why wasn't he offered up instead of Isaac? Source, O.I. Speed, the most feared book in this earth. Chapter 9, first book of God. Now, after Abraham, let's get some understanding of it. Now, after Abraham and his people have returned to Jireh camp, it was night. God said to Abraham, be steadfast and show your people so that they may understand my words. Zoom in some. You gotta keep doing that. While they were still praying before the altar, God withdrew from Abraham and allowed the evil angels who had followed them from Sodom and Gomorrah to draw near the altar. And one of the angels clothed himself in a great light, and adorned with sparkling gems, and a crown he appeared so all the multitude of people could look upon him. Abraham said, who are you? Abraham said, who are you? And the Spirit said, I am your God, ruler of heaven and earth. Abraham said, I am your servant. What may I do for you? What you want? The Spirit said, you should take your only son Isaac and your hosts who will with you at Sodom and Gomorrah, and go with me where I will lead you. I have a great work for you. Abraham said, I will do whatever you put upon me to do. So in the morning, Abraham and his son Isaac and the host who had been with Abraham, Sodom and Gomorrah, assembled together. And Abraham spoke, saying, Word to, O God. Y'all notice in this story, in the beginning of Genesis 22, Abraham is told immediately, hey, look, you about to go off of your son Isaac, your only son, as a burnt offering. The evil angel in a waspy that's pump faking like it's Abraham's God don't even let Abraham know in the beginning. That's a false God that tempted him to offer up his son as a burnt offering. It's a false God. It's called an evil angel. A false God pump faking like it's the creator. And unless you know the difference through character and behavior, shit, you're gonna be fooled. You 30 at third. You ready to jump out there? You ready to jump headlong off a skyscraper to prove your devotion. You're ready to go lay down villages of children just to prove your devotion, and come to find out it's a false ass God. It's not the creator. It's not the makeup suns, moons, and stars. It's an evil angel pump fake who clothed himself in light. And Abraham spoke, Word to, O God. The Spirit answered. Remember, this ain't even Abraham's God. It's a false God. Spirit answered, saying, Take sticks and a firebrand, a torch, and come to the summit of the hill over there, where you shall restore the rights of burnt offerings. Burnt offerings, you have to do with animals, right? Abraham told the people what God had said, so they began, and Isaac carried the bundle of willows, such as basket makers use, saying, This will light the Lord's feasts. But what will you burn for an offering, no father? Abraham said, God will provide. When Isaac asked him this in the Bible, Abraham already knew, I'm about to kill you, boy. Yeah, you about to be offered up as a burnt offering. And on Waspy, Abraham don't even know. He know now he's going to restore the rights of burnt offerings, but he ain't been told that, nigga, that burnt offering about to be Isaac. He ain't been told that yet. Look at that. Look at this. Verse 16. And when they had ascended to the place, Abraham gathered logs and heaped them up, and Isaac placed the willow. Look at this. Then the Spirit spoke, saying, What shall a man love above all things in the world? And Abraham said, God. And the Spirit said, For which reason you shall offer your only son. See, even a wife is agreeing. Isaac is Abraham's only son. You shall offer your only son Isaac as a what? Burnt offering. And that shall be testimony before your people that you will obey God, even to the sacrifice of your own flesh and kin. What did Abraham say? He said 30 at 30. Abraham said, Show me that you are God. Nah, you got to prove that, Jack. You got to test the spirit. You got to prove that. You got to show me you God before I jump out here and press play on something. Before I get out here and get the wing in my answer. You got to show me you God. Prove yourself. You scared to talk to the spirit like that. You scared to talk to the spirit world like that. Because guess what? Your elders and teachers ain't told you nothing about it because they don't know nothing about the spirit world. The do's and don'ts, the inward mechanics, the system, and I don't know nothing about that. You niggas are still licking your fingers and flipping through Bible. Just don't know if you coming or going, but ain't made heads or tails of none of it. Abraham said, Show me that you are God, so that I may not err. For I have been commanded not to kill. And that go for anybody that ever get an inspiration to go kill something. That's an unclean spirit tempting you to go lay something down. You better talk right back to that something. You gotta look, I don't even agree with you. Bye. You ain't part of my reality. I've been commanded not to kill. Look what the spirit do. Look what this false ass God pump faking like it's Abraham's God. And the spirit departed away from Abraham. And the spirit departed away from Abraham. Abraham drew down on him and said, Hey, nah, you gotta show me that. I've been commanded not to kill. Look what the false, unclean spirit had to do. Leave. It had to tuck its tail and get the hell on up out of there. Hey, bro, I'm not about to kill my son. You done lost your damn mind. Huh? I've been commanded not to kill. So who is this nigga telling me to kill? Is that simple? But you scared though. Huh? You scared your chestnuts roasting. You scared your nuts gonna roast forever. Because you question the inspiration of murder. But I lost the light though. I was telling you, them niggas in the light, they evil. We the ones telling you don't kill. How the hell is any one of you niggas coming with a higher light than us? We the ones telling you don't go to war. How the hell is any one of you niggas coming with a higher light than us? How? We the ones telling you stop killing all these animals and chewing on animal sandwiches. Loin meat. How the hell is any one of you niggas got a higher light than us? And we the ones telling you don't do, stop the bloodshed, stop the war, stop killing all the innocent animals. You mean to tell me your message is higher than that? And we the ones telling you that the Creator is not in the form and figure or image of any man, woman, angel, or animal. We even the ones telling you to differentiate between the Creator and God. We telling you this. Let me get this straight. We bringing clarity about who the Creator is. We the ones telling you don't kill if you get inspired to. We the ones telling you don't go to war. And we the ones telling you stop the slaughter of all these innocent damn animals. Oh, because that's the one brother. Nigga, because we hungry. Oh, because you claim to be hungry, Negro. So everything from the Creator down to your health, you niggas ain't coming with no higher light than us. So how the hell we done lost it? Nah, Jack, we done gained light. You feel me? And it's so bright, it's melting you niggas gods out here, man. It's melting you niggas gods. It's melting your whole understanding and faith. Let's trip off this. We ain't just taking nothing from you. We giving you something better in its place. Giving you the Creator. The God maker. You ain't got no higher authority than that. Every God that ever came off your mouth is not of a higher authority than the Creator of suns, moons, and stars, the Great Spirit, the Creator, the God maker. There's nothing you can say off your lips higher than that. Nothing. And the Spirit departed away from Abraham, perceiving that he knew the higher law. Man, look, live to your highest light, bruh. Live to your highest light, sis. But see, when I turn up and get bow-legged in the show, oh, man, look, I ain't trying to hear none of it. I ain't trying to hear none of it. Because I've been called you coward-ass niggas to the floor. And not damn one of y'all done press play. Not damn NAM, one of y'all. So look, we ain't gonna do nothing but keep teaching, you feel me? And bringing clarity to the matter when it comes down to the deities, the gods, the child sacrifice, the murder, the animal killing and the loin chewing. We gonna keep bringing the light to the table, and that way who is meant for, gonna receive. Period, point blank in the story. And the Spirit departed away from Abraham, perceiving that he knew the what? The higher law. The higher law. What's wrong with you niggas, man? All right, running your chop like you know what you talking about. None of y'all know what y'all talking about. None of y'all know what y'all talking about over there. And Isaac was grieved at heart, but he desired to witness what the sacrifice was. And the people were seeing a ram near at hand and went and caught it and slaughtered it. So they quartered this sucker off. And sprinkled the blood on the sacrifice. Notice that in the Owaski, Abraham don't kill the ram either. The people that were with him did it. And sprinkled the blood on the sacrifice and lit the fire, roasted the flesh, then took it and gave it to the boy. Abraham called the place Jehovah Jireh. And they returned to the camp, and Abraham, being moved by God, spoke before the people. Now we're going to jump to chapter 13 because we got a bombshell we're about to drop. Remember, take thy son, thine only son, Isaac. And it was mentioned 3 times in Genesis 22nd chapter. Once in Owaspy, God, first book of God, chapter 9. Why is he saying only son? Look at this. First book of God, chapter 13, Owaspy, headshot. Look at this. Abraham made his will and did all things as God commanded. And he further made the priests, the rabbis, officers, and the rites of the Inethakava, the rites of faithism. The rites of faithism. Wait, what you want to do? Look at it. And communicate the sacred name of the Creator. To them as well as the plans of the upper and lower heavens. Abraham was cold. What is y'all talking about? Abraham knew the rites and ceremonies, knew the sacred name of the Creator, names that the sound that the wind makes. To them as well as the plans of the upper and lower heavens. Abraham knew all this. The dominion of God and the dominion of Satan, all which were kept in secret through the rabbis. Look at this. God said, now look, watch this, man. So we got a bombshell we about to drop. God said, behold, there is a time to clear up all things, present and past. For Abraham fathered to Hagar's son Ishmael, and had he been true to the law of sacrifice among the heathen, Ishmael, being firstborn, would have been chosen for the burnt offering. Why wasn't Ishmael chosen for the burnt offering? He's his oldest son, right? But even in the Bible, we call Isaac Abraham's only son in Genesis 22. 3 times. So now watch becomes and clears it up. It said, where Abraham fathered to Hagar's son Ishmael, and had he been true to the law of sacrifice among the heathen, Ishmael being firstborn would have been chosen for the burnt offering. Why is the Bible calling Isaac your only son? Your only son. Your only son. How about it? That whole Muhammad descended from Ishmael and the whole Arabic Muslims with the prophets and all that shit is false. Ishmael ain't Abraham's son. And even the Bible tell you that in Genesis 22nd chapter 3 times. Your only son. Your only son. Look at this. It say, well, Abraham fathered to Hagar's son Ishmael. And had he been true to the law of sacrifice among the heathen, then Ishmael, being firstborn, would have been chosen for the burnt offering, not Isaac. Look at this. In which matter the Ezra Bible is shown to be false. That's the Bible we supposedly have today. In which matter the Ezra Bible is shown to be false before created. In regard to Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac, and the burnt offering also. It's telling you the Bible, the story about Abraham, Isaac, Ishmael, and offering Isaac up as a burnt offering are all lies in the Bible. That's what the Owaspy is revealing in this day. The great decoder. And really, this is the only explanation for why Isaac is called his only son 3 times in Genesis 22nd chapter. How about Ishmael ain't Abraham's son? I know it's other spots that say he is. I'm saying, like, he keep being called his only son. And if that's his firstborn son, then why wasn't Ishmael told to be offered up as a burnt offering? Why? Why? In which matter the Ezra Bible was shown to be false before created. In regard to Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac, and the burnt offering also, which words were not my words, nor the words of my angels, but the words of the Egyptian record. Bag drop, wait. Hey, try, boy. Let's look at we done, but let's look at the recap of the vows. Look at the recap of the vows, all right? Recap of the vow. Anna, Mary's mother. The vows tell it all. The vows tell it all. And pray to the Lord, saying, "O God of our fathers, bless me and hear my prayer." And as you blessed the woman Sarah and gave her a son Isaac. Anna said, "As the Lord my God lives, if I beget either male or female, I will bring it as a gift to the Lord my God, and it shall minister to him in holy things all the days of its life." That's Mary, the mother of Jesus. That's her mother's vow before Mary was ever conceived in her womb. It's a vow of a lifelong dedication to the Lord if she's allowed to conceive and have a child. See that? Now, Samuel's mother, what is her vow? Remember, both these women can't even have children at that moment. So their vows are going out before conception ever takes place. Anna, Samuel's mother, she vowed a vow and said, "O Yahweh of hosts, if you will indeed look on the affliction of your handmaid, and remember me and not forget your handmaid, but will give unto thy handmaid a man-child, then I will give him unto the Lord all the days of his life, and there shall no razor come upon his head." Those vows are both vows of lifelong devotion and service to the Lord, right? Before conception. What is Jephthah's vow? And Jephthah vowed a vow unto the Lord and said, "If you shall without fail deliver the children of Ammon into my hand, and it shall be that whatsoever cometh forth for the doors of my house to meet me, and I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be yours. And I will offer it up for a burnt offering." Jephthah's vow is about a burnt offering, y'all. Hannah's vow and Anna's vow is about a lifelong devotion of a child that they ain't even conceived yet to the Lord. And it came to pass at the end of 2 months that she returned to her father, who did with her according to his vow, which he had vowed. Y'all see that? And that's it for the presentation, man. We ended up putting this together yesterday on the fly. You know what I mean? If y'all got some understanding today, y'all drop some 9,000s in the chat, man. Let me know what y'all think. You know what I mean? Number love and light over this way. Feel me? But man, we had to come on out and just clear the block. Like, all this watered down, 30 years past expiration. But man, get that shit the hell up out of here, man. You know what I mean? Get it on up out of here. Get it on up out of here, God. Yeah. It's all good, man. Shout out to my brother, LL. Yo, what's going on, all right? What's going on? Let me see. I'm gonna drop this right here just in case anybody wanna hop on a little taste. Let me know what y'all think. Anybody wanna hop on? Nehemiah, big homie, Selah Shalom. I want to hop on, just chop it up a little taste. Let me know what y'all think. The link is in the chat. Acknowledge your brother, man. Nah, man. Y'all drop some 9,000 in the chat if y'all got some understanding today, man. Did easy work. Also, your little brother done wrote a book in this deal. All right, available on Amazon. I'll chop it up with your brother, man, from darkness to determination. A Practical Guide on Conquering Depression and Trauma by yours truly, Malaki Macabee. Get your copies today. The purchase links are in the description box of this video. All right, y'all chop it up with your bro, man. We out here making big moves. You know what I mean? We didn't hit the ground running in 2025. Big. I ain't about to play no games. CGG credit gang is not playing with nobody about nothing. You know what I mean? If you ain't ready for that, you might want to fall on back. Yeah, but from darkness to determination, a practical guide on conquering depression and trauma, available for purchase in hardback, paperback, Kindle. I'm even gonna do a Amazon Audible. I'm gonna go ahead and make a whole audio book of it too. In due time. It's all good. I definitely want to promote that. You feel me? Get your copies below in the description box. Y'all already know what time it is over here. And shit, we gotta work, man. We gotta work. We got 9,000s in the chat. All right, cool. Everybody talking about getting on, man. You know me. Get back to handling my business. Inmates running the asylum. Ain't had none of that. But as y'all see, thoroughly put together. Jephthah's daughter is not a redemption of the firstborn. Why? Because the redemption of the firstborn, according to the Bible, is a firstborn son. And it happens within the first 30 days of their life. Right? Usually. And on top of that, you got to pay the priest 5 shekels of silver. So that ain't the case. Man, Jephthah's daughter ain't a vow made for a lifelong dedication in the temple or devoted to God. It ain't that either. Why it ain't that, Malachi? Because with Hannah, Samuel's mother, and with Anna, Mary's mother. Both were barren, both hadn't even conceived, and they made a vow to devote the child, if they get pregnant, to a lifelong service of devotion. At 3 years old, they both were sent to the temple. You did, but neither one of them lived in the temple for the rest of their lives. They both ended up getting married and moving on to have children. So Jephthah's vow wasn't a vow of lifelong devotion in the temple either. What was Jephthah's vow? A vow of a burnt offering. That's what that was. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I see the big homie in the back. Hold on, let me put these earphones on so I can hear everything he's saying. Hold on. Let me put these earbuds in. Hold on, Nick. I see you in the back. Hold on, big homie. Don't be getting all. I know you probably in the middle of a call or something. Hold on. Let me take these little earbuds off. See what the big homie got to say. I know he got something to say. I know he got something to say, boy. Shit. Nehemiah love to smoke. Y'all ever met somebody that's just addicted to drama? He just love to get some shit cracked. That's the big homie. He don't know how to chill. He don't know how to chill. When it's on, hey, it don't matter. Nigga, it's all about to get burned down. You're like, hold on, D. Hold on, let me bring D on in. I'm about to pull out make sure I carry you all the way. All right, hold on. Love, light, and balance to the big homie, man. What's the word, Doc? It's with life for life, baby. What's the word, Doc? How you feel? Let me turn this background noise down.
No, it's all good, bro. Out eating with the family. I said, let me run outside real quick and hop in and hop on for a hot sec. Excellent class, boy. I've been tuning in the whole session, man. You know I had to see this one, boy.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, I'm glad you played that clip, boy, that class, boy. It took him over 2 hours to get there, though, but
yeah.
Hey, look, he said it himself, man. Look, he said it himself. Daniel said it himself. Listen, he rent his garment, right? He knew that he said the man was a righteous man, right? He knew it. Then you knew he had made a vow. That vow was until he had to kill his daughter, bro.
Damn.
That's crazy, bro. And then you still had to tap dance and find a way to put stuff in. Talking about he had on his best garments like he was going out. Man, that man just came from war. I that sound like that. That sound like that other brew, that first brother, the first brother brew of the Trail Tribe brew.
Okay,
Yeah, boy, I swear they read shit that ain't there, bro. I do not get these, bro. Hey, look, well strategically played, bro. You covered everywhere they can run. You covered all the running spots. So there ain't nowhere they can go. There's nowhere they can go. Look, and I love how you said, like, look, bro, like I told the KJV defender, you know, the one brother called himself the KJV defender. That's why I gave him the pussycat. That's why I gave him the pussycat, giving him a crown.
Y'all be quiet, man. I be sitting back looking like that,
Oh, shit. Oh, man. Yeah, boy, I be loving stirring up the pot, man. You know.
I know. I said, if anybody love pouring salt in the open womb, it's this brother right here. You know what I mean? But it's all
coming
good.
forward.
Yeah, you need you.
It's love. It's love though, because I'll be there for you when you need me. Sure.
Yeah, but look, it's you need. See, that's the thing. You need no nonsense people around you that's gonna call it for what it is. You know what I mean? And whenever you find yourself can't be around people like that, you need to start checking yourself. You know what I mean?
Right.
That means the people around you is just telling you whatever the hell you want to hear, so you don't call yourself getting angry. Don't nobody care nothing about you getting angry, boy. You need to hear what the hell we saying. You know what I mean? So, bro, hey, continue to be you. You know what I mean? Unapologetically, brother. You know what I mean? But yeah, what I wanted to do was show, because I see where cats is going. They trying to combine all these different situations and make it one thing, and it's like, nah, that ain't nowhere near that. Down to the redemption of the firstborn sons. Nehemiah, talk to me,
bro. Listen, the whole thing that was off, because remember, old boy tried to give me Exodus 13. I said, bro, did he go to the Feast of Unleavened Bread?
Yeah.
To try to make it make sense. Where the dedication of the man and the beast is still the man and the beast, because the Pharaoh and the plagues that Moses dropped, right? It's the plagues, and so the man and the beast. But you went over that today too. I'm like, man, he just killed it. But we had a brew try to run it down, y'all, to Exodus 30 was going to be one of his excuses, right? To try to disprove what we talking about, right? I said, this boy talking about the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It says the plan this day. I said, this dude, the month of Abib. So you're talking about a once-a-year thing during the Passover is how Jephthah's daughter got spurned. Hey, boy, I said, if you ain't a Daniel Solomon alike, boy, hey, boy, hey, that boy done poisoned the mind of a lot of Israelites out here, boy.
Yes.
I'm saying, boy, that's some sick. And then when he can't get nothing, he go right into the name calling. I said, they go to Mr. Hebrew in you right there. I said, go to Jacob Israel in you right there. I said, boy, you got your father and uncle inside of you, boy.
Boy, not him. Please don't bring that rebel with it, that barbarian horde.
And then look, I said, then you got that Rabbi Roshi ass doctrine. I said, boy, so you just like your dango forefather, Mr. Jacob Israel, boy. I said, you was a plagiarist too, huh?
It ain't so,
it ain't so, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, man, excellent class, man. They wanted to pick up some extra unbiblical sources to try to come with, because you ain't getting it out of Bible. You ain't getting it out of Bible. You ain't getting it out of pseudo. You ain't. Look, did you even hit Josephus?
I didn't even hit Josephus this one. I hit Josephus last video. Yeah.
Man. And then had the nerve, man. Look, man, I'm gonna go back here and finish eating, bro. Hey, excellent job, bro. I just wanted to come in and commend you for the excellent work, man. Hey, look, look. This ain't checkers, Ray. This is chess
It's chess, all right.
on a third dimensional level.
Yeah.
Listen, bro. You playing 3 boards at one time, boy.
Mm.
What you just did was chess with 3 boards, 3-dimensional chess, boy.
Mm.
Boy, you just played that on 3 different levels, bro.
Yeah, it was real easy too. It wasn't nothing hard about it, man. All you
And
gotta do
look,
is you gotta slow down and look at it. That's it.
and look, and to tell y'all what he said on the fly, I'm gonna tell you that he ain't lying. Listen, me and Macabee was talking yesterday, bro. He was at a parade, bro, and put that together.
Yeah.
Bro was at a parade yesterday. and put that together. That's how simple these brothers' doctrine is. Bro was at a parade.
I was at a paradeless parade. Meaning it was raining. You know what I mean? So it wasn't even that many people out there. I said, man, fuck that. I'm sitting up under this little gazebo thing. You dig? I say, I was on my phone. I said, you know what? I'm about to go ahead and I'm about to set this whole thing up right now. Bump it. Let's rock. You know what I mean? And shit, what you saw is the outcome of it, bro. You know what I mean? But see, it's one you just brought up something that I'm gonna read real quick out of Josephus.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna read that real quick for everybody. Nehemiah brought this up. I went over it last video, but even Josephus let it be known about what happened with Jephthah's daughter. This right here is Josephus' Antiquity of the Jews, book 5, chapter 8, sections 8 through 10. Now look what Josephus says 2,000 years ago. This is the only thing I didn't hit on this video. I hit it last video. All right. Now look at this. It says, now Jephthah, as soon as he had returned from the war, performed his vow to God, as he had promised. For he had a daughter who was his only child, and an only heir, and a most excellent person. Her name was Selah. Now, when the days of the feast came, which were days of rejoicing, Jephthah became very sorry, and his wife also, upon the consideration of the vow which he had made. For he had vowed to sacrifice his daughter to God and to offer her as a burnt offering. What is we talking about here?
Bro,
right?
And they still keep this.
Yeah, the vow wasn't never about what these niggas say it is. About redemption of the firstborn or a dedication of lifelong service in the temple. That ain't what that vow is. Even Josephus admitted. Huh? He vowed, which he had made, for he had vowed to sacrifice. He had vowed to sacrifice his daughter. He had vowed to sacrifice his daughter to God and to offer her as a burnt offering. Dang. Now, when the sacrifice was ready, Jephthah brought his daughter to the altar and was ready to sacrifice her. But the high priest and the people were in great grief and lamentation and were in doubt what to do, for they did not think it just to slay a human sacrifice. But they were afraid to speak against it because it was a what? A vow. However, Jephthah's daughter did not bewail her fate, but showed a great deal of courage and of generosity of mind when her father exhorted her to be cheerful and to bear this calamity with patience, because it was a sacrifice to God.
It went down.
Come on, bro.
And then here it is. Quick.
She replied, "Oh, my father, if you have vowed a vow to God, do not make yourself forsworn by not performing it." She like, look, if you vowed that, do it. But if you have not made such a vow, but if you didn't make it, then let us not slay a human sacrifice to God, as if he were pleased with such sacrifice. So she like, look, if that's what you vowed. Oh, man, did y'all see that? I was reading it. Did y'all see it on the screen? I guess not.
That was Nisi. That was Nisi waving her hand.
I'm asking, did y'all see it on the screen when I was reading it? Hold on.
Oh, no, it wasn't on the screen.
Oh, man. Now, let's read it again. Antiquity of the Jews, book 5, chapter 8, sections 8 through 10. Now Jephthah, as soon as he had returned from the war, performed his vow to God, as he had promised. For he had a daughter who was his only child and an only heir and most excellent person. Her name was Sheila. Now, when the days of the feast came, which were days of rejoicing, Jephthah became very sorry, and his wife also, upon the consideration of the vow which he had made, for he had vowed to sacrifice his daughter to God and to offer her as a burnt offering. Now, when the sacrifice was ready, Jephthah brought his daughter to the altar and was ready to sacrifice her as a burnt offering. He's going to chop her damn head off. But the high priest and the people were in great grief and lamentation and were in doubt what to do. For they did not think it just to slay a human sacrifice, but they were afraid to speak against it because it was a vow. However, Jephthah's daughter did not beware her fate, but showed a great deal of courage and of generosity of mind. But when her father had exhorted her to be cheerful and to bear this calamity with patience, because it was a sacrifice to God. Look at that. Y'all see that? Come on, man. Like we running around here playing. We running around here playing. We are running around here playing the game. That's what's happening. You dig? So Nehemiah, big homie, man, you the family, tell Nisi, Didi, everybody, grandbaby, short leggers, grand short leggers, and short runners. You know what I mean? Uncle Mally said what it do, love, light, balance, and all that good stuff in between.
You gotta say love, light, balance, all y'all.
Man, I catch up with you later on. You know what I mean? You know, ain't nothing but love and light over this way. Yeah.
All right, bro, for sure.
I'm about to get up off here, finish the rest of y'all day, and you know, we'll catch back up.
You already know. Hey, look, bro, excellent class, bro.
All praises. All praises. Yes, yes, y'all got some understanding. They spend them voices up in the chat, man. Gang in the building, man. Gang in the building. As usual. Y'all know how we rock. Y'all know how we rock, baby. Okay. Walk these boys down with me. Walk him down. All the voices, baby. Israelite for life. Let's go. The real Israelites, the faithful. They sing as Nazarenes, you know what I mean? Those who watch, those who about that higher law, that higher life. Love, life, and liberty to all without the sacrifice of any man. You know what I mean? It's your little brother Malaki, Megaton, Light Bomb, Macabee, the creator gang. You know what I mean? It's GG in the building, FGK. You bring them, we raise them. False God, killer. Yeah. I like that groove, boy. Hey, that was right on time. You sent me this little vibe right here, brother. Right on time, big dog. Appreciate it. All aspects covered. All aspects covered. Covered every base. You gonna say Jephthah's daughter was redeeming of the firstborn? Pidyan Ha'abin? No. Okay. The firstborn sons is firstborn are all sons. And they're redeemed within 30 days of birth with money. But dang, was it a vow of lifelong devotion and service in the temple? Nah. In the case of Mary and in the case of Samuel, their mothers made that vow and they were barren, didn't even have any children. Jephthah's daughter was at least an adolescent. It was a burnt offering. Even Josephus said it. Vow was a burnt offering. You ain't got to go all the way over somewhere and make something else up. Yeah. No, it wasn't a vow of lifelong devotion to the God by living in the temple, and it was not about the redemption of the firstborn. So what was it about? Malachi was a vow of burnt offering. Chop the head off, chopped the legs off and dissected it and cut the organs out. It got ugly up in there. It's ugly business. It's ugly business, you know what I mean? But hey, we get to understand it. We expose the false gods everywhere, no matter if you're in Nova Scotia, India, Cape Verde, wherever the hell you at. Wherever any false deity is at, it ain't safe. It ain't safe. All right, on to the next time, y'all. Lord, light. Now, next one day, do something good for somebody, man. Get on out there and let your light shine. Big I bid you all peace, love, light, and all that good stuff in the name of the ever-present Creator, the maker of suns, moons, and stars. Magnitude is incomprehensible in the presence of everywhere. The Creator, the God Maker. You got something higher than that? I know not. Sure not. I think not. I know you don't. You talking God? I'm talking about God's Maker. Woo! Till next time, family. You know what I mean? Breathe in like my brother Cloud kick his face. Breathe in and let the light in. Woo! Till next time, family. Love, light, and valor. Let's go.